Thank you, Bas Bulteel. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this conference on landscape and climate resilience. We are pleased to host you here in this beautiful building. It's a former post office which has been turned into a cultural hall. I would also like to welcome the people who couldn't make it to Ostend and who follow this conference via live stream. This event is part of the final conference of two European projects, SCAPE and Triple C. So we will show an overview movie of both projects and we will share the lessons learned. And we also want to share experience with the people from Cool Towns who are co-organizing this event. And we have also invited some experts on climate change, landscape-led design specialists who know all about how to cope with climate change and how to involve the public. Because today we want to bring you new, fresh, innovative ideas for future planning, and above all, we want to inspire you. As for now, I would like to give the floor to the Mayor of Ostend, Bart Tommelijn.
Good morning, everyone, here in the room and also on other places following the video. Dear attendees, dear colleagues, I'm very happy as Mayor of Ostend to welcome you all here at the final conference of the SCAPE project here in this beautiful De Grote Post. This is in the heart of our city center. A major asset of our city is the unique seaside location with all the benefits that this entails. The endless views that give us a certain type of peace and a daily dose of fresh air to enjoy, good for body, good for the mind. On the other hand, living near the sea brings with it a lot of challenges. How can we, as a coastal city, anticipate heavy rain or extreme drought? We need to manage the water optimally in order to increase the resilience of the coastal landscape. Where last year we were not longer allowed to use water in the garden due to a huge drought. This year we had to deal with extreme wetness. We need to face up to such problems and search for sustainable solutions on a local, on a regional, and even international level. The larger the project, the more uniform and more sustainable the solution. European projects investing in the climate-resistant landscapes are more relevant than ever. A landscape or residential environment with a stronger biodiversity has a smaller chance of water damage. The central question within the SCAPE project is how the landscape can be the guiding principle when we redesign it for climate adaptation. All the pilot projects within SCAPE have substantial positive side effects on other domains, not in the least on the livability of the city in a broad sense. That's why we value such projects and fully support them on behalf of the entire city administration. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a very great day here in our Ostend. I thank you all very much.
Thank you, Bart Tommelijn, Mayor of Ostend. Our next speaker is Dirk van Peper. He's an urban planner, a public space designer from Rotterdam in the Netherlands. And he's also a guest lecturer at the Academy of Architecture in Rotterdam. Dirk van Peper realized important public spaces in his hometown. And he is the director of the Urbanists. They design water-sensitive projects all over the world, from Singapore to Russia, Denmark, United States, and also here in Belgium, they have designed plants in the city of Ghent and Antwerp. Welcome, Dr. Dirk van Peper.
Thank you very much. Well, it's a great honor to be here in Ostend and being at the final conference for SCAPE kick-off for this day. I am looking forward to the rest of the speakers. I will start my presentation. Yeah. Let's start with last summer. I don't need graphs or any scientific information to make clear that we had, again, I would say, an extreme summer. Well, heat in Spain, drought in some of our northern regions. We had fires and floods even close to here. So we all know that we have to start dealing and living with these extremes. Now, being an urban designer and landscape architect, for me, this is a simple, urgent question: how can we contribute? It's really time to act for all of us. We have to probably change the way we live our world, but now we focus on our profession, and there we have a clear task to make our cities and our environments more adaptive to this changing climate. So I'm not talking about mitigation, which is also an urgent issue. And it was already Darwin that said it is not about strength or intelligence only, it's important, but it's also the ability to live with the changes that are surrounding us, in this case, climate change, to be more adaptive as a city, more resilient to the impact of climate change. So that's a design task for all of us, and I think it's also part of your SCAPE program that you're finishing today. It's not only about climate adaptation for me. As important, and I want to introduce one of my heroes, is a young Gil from Denmark, Copenhagen, that we can only be successful in doing that if we also are able to make our cities more livable and more attractive at the same time. And I think that's an important combination that in our projects and in our profession we always try to combine. So can we make our cities more adaptive and at the same time more livable and attractive? And how can design contribute to that ambition? Well, first of all, and that will not be a surprise, we need to integrate our measures to climate-proof our cities. In our cityscapes, we have to make it spatial, we have to make it visual, enjoyable, and tangible. That's an important lesson that we learned from working in this field for many, many years. And sometimes I just use a very simple quote, is that we don't need pipes and pumps, we need people and places. And that's what I'm going to show you in a few of our emblematic projects. I want to start with places, then I want to move to the city, and then, sorry, I move to the district scale and show you how we work on this agenda. For the places I want to share, and I think most of the audience will be familiar with the project, but nevertheless I wanted to start with this, which is the idea of using squares for temporary water storage, but at the same time can contribute to a lively neighborhood, be an attractive public space. So we call that water squares. 90% of the time these squares will be available for people to enjoy, and I would say around 10% of the time the same square will be available as a water storage in extreme rain events. That's the simple idea, and the question is, can we organize also our cities based on this kind of conceptual ideas? And we realized, I think it's already 7 years ago, the first water square, which was situated in Rotterdam at the Bentham Square. And it became sort of a showcase for a climate adaptive city square. I'm going to quickly share some of our lessons learned by showing you also the project. The square itself, it's a dense urban district, and it consists of a major square with 3 different basins that collect the rainwater, but they also serve as a public space for the environment around, which is schools, a church, offices, a sports facility, and a dense neighborhood. And there's a simple combi that is the essence of the water square. It's sometimes really a water storage, contributes by disconnecting rainwater from its surroundings to solving the issue of too extreme rainfalls, and at the same time a public square. There are 3, to get you very quickly into how the square works as a water system. there are 3 different basins, 1 deep and 2 more shallow basins. And they collect the rainwater that is disconnected from the combined sewer system into the square. They keep it temporarily there. 2 of the basins are infiltrating their rainwater quite quickly into the ground, so contributing to the groundwater level, and the biggest basin pumps out into a nearby canal. And after doing that, which is around 24 hours, the square is available again. Well, as a designers, we also really wanted to make this water square and its function as a water storage visible, even when the water is not there. So we orchestrated the rainwater. This was part of our design task. So on the square you will find a rain well that releases rainwater falling from the roofs onto the square. We designed stainless steel gutters that guide the water to the basins. And there's also in the deeper basin what we call a rain wall that gushes out in extreme rain events. And I share some of the images. This is not the situation that you will find that often on the water square. It's quite an extreme rainfall. Say a 50 millimeter rain event will lead to this kind of images. The full square, but that's important, as I started with, that it's not only about solving a climate adaptive issue like extreme rainfall, but we really need to make attractive places, livable places. It's also about how to organize and how to accommodate public life on this square. So we spent quite a lot of time also with the local community to make a great place. We have students that are using the square really often and intense. Sometimes a little bit more lazy, sometimes a little bit more active. You can also retreat. It's there for smaller and bigger audience, and also for singles and larger groups. For instance, there's a church on the square that use the deepest basin for some of their church ceremonies. Skaters love the place as well because they have these slopes that are specifically designed to use like that. And we also tried as much as possible to add a lush landscape to the square to also accommodate people when there is a little bit more high temperatures on the square. 3 conclusions for now that I want to share. The first is that for us it became more and more clear that it's important to organize an open design process in this kind of projects. It's really important. I know that your program of SCAPE was also about that, to involve the community into the design. And we did that really from the start, giving them the opportunity to also think about what they want to do on the square, but also how they want it to appear, how it want to look, what would be the atmosphere. And in a set of 3 workshops, we really closely worked together with them. The second important lesson that we learned is it's so important to link and combine budgets. We also, in our water square 7 years ago, had a European funding for Interreg and a European regional fund together with the national government. But the more important thing is that 60% of the budget and 60% of the cost for the realization was around 4 million, coming from what you get traditional sewage funding. So the 60% of the square is basically sewage money. 40% of the square is paid with what I would call city beautification budgets, traditional budgets that pay for the renewal of our public spaces. And linking these make these kind of solutions not only possible, but also attractive and beautiful. And the third thing that I was really sort of an eye-opener for us is that by integrating, let's say, the technical demands of water storage and a water system with public space design also immediately leads to a more circular design process in which all disciplines at the same time are around the table. So it's not a linear process anymore that starts with landscape designers and ends up with engineers and those who make the square. And 7 years later, it's really great to see there is already a sort of a family of water squares that can be visited not only in Rotterdam, but also in the city of Tiel, in Copenhagen, and Den Bosch, and many other cities. All right, from the place and our water square as an emblematic project, I want to move to what I call the climate sensitive cities and how to design on that scale, which is definitely a different scale to design. I want to showcase our project, which is situated here in Belgium, in Antwerp, and is the water plan in Antwerp towards a climate-sensitive city. It's a plan that is approved by the Stad Antwerp, and we did that together with the engineers of Witteveen and Bos and Common Ground for Communication. The water plan in Antwerp is starting from what we call a step from what we described as the artificial, the artificial water city, which we also know as the city of pipes and pumps, of technical systems that keep the city dry or manage the water in the city in a, let's say, a technical way, a less visible way. And we wanted to add to that artificial water city two different water cities that are together create what we have called a blue-green framework, a blue-green network for the water plan of Antwerp. And the first is the natural water city, a nature-based system that looks at streams and valleys, at the spaces inside the city to accumulate in a more natural way the water. Also keeps the water where it's needed. And the second one is the hidden water city, which is very much present in covered streams, in old systems that are still available in the city, can be uncovered. And together they lead to what we call the vision map for Antwerp. The old plan is available on the internet for those who really want to dive deep into the project. For now, it's important to say that we described 5 different water structures that have different qualifications when it comes to its topography, its hydraulic position in the city, its morphology, and its landscape qualities. And from these 5 water structures that are what I now do it in Dutch, beekdalen and waterlopen, so it's about the streams, the ringpark, the park around, which is also really a highway landscape, a sort of wedges of parks, more radical local districts, which are the dense urbanized areas of Antwerp, and of course the landscape of the Schelde, which is really a flood landscape. And within these 5 water structures, a set of measures were developed or defined, measures that all contribute to a more climate and water sensitive layout of the cityscape. So we used the city, its public spaces, its built environment to implement these measures that go from green roofs to rain streets and rain parks, to water squares, to larger retention areas in the landscape. And they can also be combined, and that's what we call a rainwater cascade. And the cascade is starting with where the water falls. That's where you try to keep it. It's also the place where you try to reuse it as much as possible, to infiltrate in back gardens, etc. From there you move over to the next step, which could be streets or small pocket parks. From that system it moves on to larger areas like bigger squares and parks, to the large landscapes in Antwerp, the river valleys. And using this rainwater cascade and linking the different measures gives us some more insight in how this water climate sensitive city would be able to work. And also what kind of spatial qualities come out of that. So we combined these measures in a cascade. This was also hydraulically calculated by Witteveen and Bos for 3 of the areas. So it's not only sort of the measures itself, but also how they perform from a water management point of view. And we sketched a number of typologies, new typologies for the city of Antwerp. It can also be applicable in other cities, by the way. That will be the result of implementation of the water plan, like green rain streets, urban wadis, and the water squares I already explained to you. At the moment, the water plan is an approved urban policy, and the next step is to bring that into district plans for all the districts in Antwerp, called Wijkinrichtingsplannen Groen en Water. We are, with the urbanist, involved in this next step. And the other is to implement the philosophy and also the guidelines of the water plan in ongoing projects in the city of Antwerp. And one of them is the Grote Verbinding, at Ringpark. And this is an illustration of the project that the urbanisten are working on, which is Ringpark Het Schijn, partly over the highway, the Ring of Antwerp, and also located next to it, reintroducing a more generous amount of landscape for the small river Het Schijn, and also combining it with new parks and public spaces for the nearby districts. And then I come to my last project, which is showing how climate-sensitive design would work out on a district scale. And I think the district scale is really an important scale. It let's say, intermediates between a system change that you need to organize on a city scale and the qualities of a concrete project, as a square or a street. So the district scale is where the system and the project, I would say, come together. We started from the water square, looking at that nearby district there, which is the Zoho district, the Zomerhof district in Rotterdam. And we could tap into already a change that was laid out for the water management of this district, which was to go from a combined to a separated sewage system. We used our rainwater cascade to show how different measures could be combined from local to larger scale interventions. And we also illustrated what kind of spatial qualities would be the impact of these measures on climate adaptation. And as you can see, the city changed from a more hard and paved surface to a deep paved district with a lot of space for a more natural and public environment. And I want to highlight one project, but the good thing about working on the district scale that we could already immediately implement some of the small projects that were also a private initiative, like the project for post office front garden, which was simply taking the water from the roof of the building into a small front garden where they could grow vegetables for the pizza kitchen that they had inside. We also started the first project with the Rain Away Garden, which is about a permeable tiling designed by Fien Dekker. We combined it with a new front garden for office building. And we also made a bigger project, which is the Zoho Rain Garden, was also disconnecting rainwater from the nearby building, but also to bring that into a lush and green community garden for the Zoho district. I want to end up with well, we're proud to share that with you. I think it's one of the most exciting projects I was working on with the urbanists in the last years. And that is the Hofpleinlijn in this same Zoho district. It's the long line of 2 kilometers. It's a railway line that connected Rotterdam with The Hague. It's abandoned, so for many years already. And it's now an urban project that wants to change, going to change this railway line into a park. Some call it the Rotterdam High Line, and I'll explain that it's a little bit more and different than that. First, two slides to show you the context. On street level, we have what you call might be the longest monument in the Netherlands. It's a national heritage. It consists of 189 arches. They're occupied by entrepreneurs, and the line crosses 4 or 5 densely populated districts that are lacking green space and proper public space. On top of the Hofboog, you have a spectacular walk. It's around 8 meters wide, so it's not that wide. 8 meters wide, 2 kilometers long, and you have also great views on the surrounding district and the skyline of Rotterdam. Well, the ambition is to turn this railway line into a park. And I already said it's not going to be a high line. It's going to be more than that. And there are 3 reasons why I think it's really an emblematic project. The first is that we want I'm going to link the park on the roof to its surrounding districts and to link it not only to the ground floor with stairs and elevators, but also to green the environment, to make it a network park. And this network park uses also the streetscape for deep paving, for renaturalization of the public space, taking care of, let's say, less car mobility, more space for active mobility, for people to walk and bike. But also there's created a space for animals. I'll get to that later. The Hofbogenpark is also special because it's all inclusive. It's not only for people to enjoy, but it's also for others. It's available as a space for animals, and try to maximize the ecosystem services that come with that. We distinguish a few target groups that we want to host. So it's really about making an environment also for hedgehogs, for butterflies, for toads and for bats. And by doing so, we also get a different sort of park on top of this railway line. We want to connect it with its surroundings. That's important to link these ecologies, but we also choose the vegetation in such a way that it provides food, shelter, a space for reproduction, mitigation for the target groups that we want. So in that sense, it's a nature-inclusive environment, but it's also an environment for us to enjoy. And we visualized it in a set of drawings that show how this nature-inclusive, this all-inclusive park could be used in the future. And last but not least, also because my time is probably ending up, I want to bring the third theme in this Hofbogenpark that is important. That is also to make it climate sensitive and specifically look at the water management as an asset. And there we need a district again. On the bottom of the drawing, you will see the water square and the Zoho district, and both the districts are already disconnected from the combined sewer system. So we have a separate water system underground available. And what we want to do here is to bring that rainwater to the roof, to the park, and to clean that water on the roof in a natural way, so you could say with helophyte, landscape cleaning of this rainwater. After the cleaning on the roof, we can and are allowed to bring this rainwater to an underground aquifer, which we have at the moment in our plan, 2 of them. And from there, you can store the cleaned water in the underground. And in times of need, when it's dry or when it's very hot, you need the water, for instance, for the plantation, but also for people to enjoy. For other purposes, you can bring up this water from the aquifer back to the park, and by doing so, really make it into a more circular water management system. Now, as a system, this is interesting. So it's about, let's say, the more technical way of doing this, but it's also, again, a quality that we want to add to the park. And in this case, both the cleaning landscape as well as the surface water when it just flows as a small stream on the roof, using the rainwater more as an architectural element, or for instance, the small school gardens that can use this rainwater to water their plantations. So it's immediately also adding quality to the park and make people also aware of the impact of climate change. I want to end with a perspective. For those who are curious, there's information on the website. The park, we are now working on the primary redesign. There's quite a substantial funding available from the municipality of Rotterdam. It's around 35 million euros available. The implementation, the buildings projected is starting in 2023, if I'm correct. So we have to wait a little bit, but then we have really a unique climate-sensitive park in the district of Zoho in Rotterdam. Thank you for your attention. I'm open for any questions, and hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Dirk van Peper. Are there any questions for Mr. van Peper? Not at this moment, as I can see. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I suggest that now we dig a little deeper into the SCAPE project. SCAPE focuses on climate adaptation in coastal areas. It started in 2016 and was to end last year. But due to the pandemic, it took a little longer to finish the project. Ostend was the leading partner in SCAPE, and the city is quite happy with the result. Let's have a look.
SCAPE staat voor Shaping Climate Change Adaptive Places. Dus daarin zit eigenlijk al het centrale principe dat we de plekken, de landschappen willen aanpassen om klimaatresistenter te zijn. In dit specifieke geval vooral hevige regen en langdurige droogtes. Klimaatadaptatie, dat is natuurlijk een werk van lange adem en ook een werk van iedereen. Dat is niet enkel de overheid, niet enkel de bedrijven, dat is een gezamenlijke opdracht. En ik denk dat we dat binnen SCAPE net ook zeer goed gedaan hebben, die gezamenlijke totaalaanpak van heel veel verschillende mensen en disciplines.
De pilootprojecten van SCAPE situeren zich in kustgebieden langs de Noordzee en het kanaal in Engeland, België en Nederland en zijn erg uiteenlopend. Van een cityriver in Oostende in België tot een weids natuurgebied in het Engelse Kent. Maar allemaal vertrekken ze van hetzelfde basisprincipe, landscape-led design.
Landscape-led design, het spreekt een beetje voor zich. Het is het landschap die bepaalt welke ingrepen dat er plaatsvinden en niet omgekeerd. Dus het landschap zal echt bepalend zijn over hoe het er na de ingrepen uitziet. We hebben vanuit heel veel verschillende invalshoeken gekeken naar die landschappen. Dat zijn geografische invalshoeken, architecturale, historische, noem maar op. En door die verschillende invalshoeken en die verschillende brillen kom je eigenlijk tot een uiteindelijk resultaat dat beter doordacht is en veel duurzamer is dan de vroeger klassieke ingenieurstechnische oplossingen die vooral riolen, beton, dus de klassieke aanpak, wordt eigenlijk overstegen.
Er zijn 6 pilootprojecten binnen SCAPE. 2 in de stad, 2 aan de rand van de stad en 2 in landelijk gebied. In Oostende is een nieuwe stadsrivier, een cityriver, aangelegd. Die scheidt het maritieme bedrijventerrein van de nieuwe woonwijk die volop in aanbouw is. Een ambitieus project dat er zonder SCAPE niet gekomen zou zijn.
De naam cityriver is niet toevallig gekozen. Zoals je ziet hebben we nu in een droge periode een hoeveelheid water die er doorstroomt, de zomerbedding. Maar als het hevig regent, kan eigenlijk de rivier aanzwellen, zoals een natuurlijke rivier, en kan op die manier heel veel water gaan bufferen, gaan capteren, om eigenlijk wateroverlast bij de aangelanden te gaan vermijden. We doen aan watermanagement en we kunnen eigenlijk tot 5 maal meer water gaan verzamelen, water gaan bufferen, ten opzichte van een klassiek rioolsysteem met een buis en de gekende straatkolken. En we bewaren eigenlijk dat water om droge periodes te kunnen overbruggen. Dus we geven dat eigenlijk een tweede bestemming om de planten en dergelijke water te geven, maar ook om de veegwagens, de schropmachines van de stad, van regenwater te gaan voorzien. Wat we hier ook doen is het overtollige regenwater. Als het systeem vol zit en de buffers staan mooi vol, dan laten we dat water niet verloren gaan, maar laten we dat indringen bijvoorbeeld in de ondergrond. Die zanderige ondergrond laat toe om het water vlot te laten infiltreren. Dat zorgt er meteen voor dat het grondwaterniveau aangevuld wordt en meteen ook dat het verzijltingsniveau, het zoutgehalte in dat grondwater, sterk gereduceerd wordt. En dat is een problematiek dat wij in alle kuststreken meemaken, eigenlijk het verzijlting van het grondwater. En dat is iets waar we met dit project ook samen in het verhaal van SCAPE heel veel aandacht aan besteed hebben en ook mooie oplossingen voor gevonden hebben.
Het tweede stedelijk project van SCAPE vinden we in Brighton en Hove in Engeland. De dichtbevolkte kuststad werd in 2014 geteisterd door intense regenbuien, waarbij heel wat huizen schade opliepen. Via SCAPE ging de gemeente op zoek naar een innovatieve en efficiënte manier om het probleem aan te pakken en de stad bestand te maken tegen de gevolgen van klimaatverandering. De Oostense partners kwamen met het idee om ook voor het pilootproject Norton Road in Hove met een centraal kanaal te werken.
In Brighton zitten ze met een iets golvender terrein, dus het hemelwater stroomt heel snel de helling af en komt eigenlijk in de lagere zone net voor de zee allemaal te verzamelen. En daar hebben ze heel veel problemen met wateroverlast. Het loopt de huizen binnen. En daar wordt er ook gekeken om een open kanaal te gaan voorzien om het water te kunnen opvangen, te kunnen bufferen, tijdelijk, vooraleer dat het in de zee kan geloosd worden. Eigenlijk een stukje hetzelfde systeem als hier, teruggaan naar een open systeem, meer een natuurlijk systeem van waterbeheer, in plaats van alles zo snel mogelijk in de rioolbuis te willen duwen en zo snel mogelijk te laten afvoeren.
Voor omwonenden en het stadsbestuur was het essentieel om de parkeerplaatsen in het centrum van de stad te behouden.
Daar is er gekeken eigenlijk naar een alternatief systeem om onder die parkings bijvoorbeeld het water te laten doorstromen. Dat is ook iets waar wij over nagedacht hebben hier met de City River, om bijvoorbeeld toegangen te voorzien naar ondergrondse garages, doorgangen voor de brandweer, maar om toch dat water daar langs te laten passeren, zonder dat het per definitie altijd onder de grond moet gaan.
In Carden Avenue, iets hogerop in Brighton, waar omwonenden regelmatig geconfronteerd worden met wateroverlast, wordt het water via een kleine verhoging in de weg in ondergrondse bassins in de berm geleid. In een eerste bassin wordt het vervuilde water van de weg opgevangen en gefilterd. Daarna stroomt het schone water naar een tweede bassin en sijpelt het door in het onderliggende kalkgesteente. Dat moet overstromingen verminderen. De tuinen van Stenen in Oostende in België is een van de pilootprojecten aan de rand van de stad. In het nieuwe stadspark van 35 hectare gaan landbouw, natuur, recreatie en waterretentie hand in hand. Dankzij SCAPE staat het waterbeheer hier nu op punt.
Dus in de tuinen van Stenen heb je een kronkelende beek. Die was eigenlijk nagenoeg volledig dichtgeslipt. En we hebben eigenlijk de bestaande waterstructuur terug heel zichtbaar gemaakt. Dus we hebben eigenlijk uitgravingen gedaan, 22.000 kubiek grond die afgegraven is. We hebben ook nieuwe kanalen bijgegraven, zodanig dat je effectief meer water hier op het terrein kunt capteren. En anderzijds hebben we ook een zeer grote ondergrondse citerne geplaatst, 360 kubiek, die het water opvangt van het zoetwater die valt op de daken van het Sint-Andreas Instituut. En dus het water die gebufferd wordt in de kanalen, in de citernen, die worden gebruikt voor de boeren die hier op het terrein aanwezig zijn, wordt dus gebruikt voor de landbouwactiviteiten.
Experts uit binnen- en buitenland bogen zich over het waterbeheer in het nieuwe park, waar ook een biopluktuin is. Een zogenaamd Community Supported Agriculture project met 300 leden.
Na de eerste klimaattest en het verhogen van het water met ongeveer 50 centimeter bleek dat het water nog altijd een zeer hoog zoutgehalte had. En dat was niet bruikbaar voor de landbouwactiviteiten. Dus in de tweede klimaattest hebben we dan eigenlijk de plannen geremedieerd. Hebben we er eigenlijk nog 2 stuwen bij geplaatst. Hebben we plaatselijk rond de biopluktuin het water nog verhoogd. En is ook het idee gekomen om die citernes te plaatsen die dus het water opvangt van de daken van het Sint-Andreas Instituut. En zo, door die 2 klimaattesten, hebben we eigenlijk het waterbeheer binnen dit gebied op een goede manier kunnen afstemmen op de huidige situatie en op de klimaatsveranderingen.
De nieuwe wijk Essenveld in het Nederlandse Middelburg is het tweede project binnen SCAPE aan de rand van de stad. De gemeente wil dat het een duurzame wijk wordt. Binnen SCAPE werd onderzocht hoe kwetsbaar de plek is voor klimaatverandering. En wat blijkt, droogte kan een groot probleem worden. Er werd een landschapsarchitect ingeschakeld die de site moest inrichten met het oog op klimaatveranderingen.
Ja, er is eigenlijk een serieuze analogie tussen het project hier in Oostende, in de tuinen van Stenen, en het project in Essenveld. In die zin dat we in beide projecten het water ter plaatse houden en niet afvoeren. En in Essenveld is dat gebeurd door eigenlijk water, zoetwater, in de kreekruggen te laten infiltreren, maar ook in de lager gelegen gedeelten van het terrein wordt het water opgevangen. En zoetwater is niet enkel interessant om het ter plaatse te houden, omdat het interessant is naar waterbeheer toe, maar het is natuurlijk ook mooi en het heeft eigenlijk ook een serieus ecologisch belang. En in dat opzicht zijn eigenlijk beide projecten vrij goed vergelijkbaar. En we kunnen de lijn nog verder doortrekken. Ook in Essenveld is het zo dat de privéwoningen in dit geval allemaal een citerne krijgen van 5000 liter, zodanig dat eigenlijk het water die op de daken valt effectief ook gecapteerd wordt in die citernes.
SCAPE heeft ook 2 pilootprojecten in landelijk gebied. Het Zwin, vlakbij de grens van België en Nederland, is er 1 van. Door de klimaatverandering kan de zeespiegel tot wel 1 meter hoger worden en dus zijn de dijken aangepast. De oude dijk is afgebroken en landinwaarts is een nieuwe, hogere dijk aangelegd die ons moet beschermen tegen extreme stormen.
Met de centen van SCAPE heeft de provincie West-Vlaanderen een waterbalansstudie gemaakt, waar dat we eigenlijk wilden weten van hoeveel water is er in de polder beschikbaar, van waar komt al het water en hoeveel water moet er ook weg. Dus eigenlijk het evenwicht tussen vraag en aanbod van het water.
Door de uitbreiding van het Zwin is de kans op verzilting groot en dat wilden de landbouwers kost wat kost vermijden. Met de centen van SCAPE is een pompgemaal gebouwd.
Na lang discussiëren is er eigenlijk een oplossing gemaakt door een pomp te plaatsen die dat ziltwater eigenlijk onttrekt uit de ondergrond en overpompt terug richting zee. Met daarnaast ook nog een zoetegracht die op een hoger waterpeil staat, waar het water eigenlijk van een zuiveringsinstallatie inkomt, gezuiverd water, en zo eigenlijk een tegendruk veroorzaakt om dat ziltewater niet in die polder te laten komen. En het ziltewater wordt eigenlijk zo op die manier overgepompt in de Zwingeul zelf. Het tweede belangrijk item daarbij is eigenlijk dat we van de gelegenheid ook gebruik gemaakt hebben om een extra veiligheid te creëren tegen wateroverlast. Dus het gebied zelf is een vlak gebied, moet gravitair afwateren naar zee. Maar door de hogere zeespiegel die we verwachten door de klimaatsverandering, weten we dat we een kleiner tijdsvenster hebben om gravitair te lozen op zee. En in geval van nood kan dan eigenlijk een grotere pomp aanslaan en het water wegpompen dan dat te veel is. Dus eigenlijk het zoete water heeft niks met de verzilting te maken, maar is een strijd tegen de wateroverlast in dat gebied. Om zo eigenlijk het water ook rechtstreeks opnieuw op zee te pompen. Het grote voordeel van in een internationaal project samen te werken is dat je leert van de partners zelf. De ideeën die er leven, zowel in Nederland als in de UK, maar ook de ideeën en de problemen die wij bij ons hebben. De partners versterken elkaar daarin en je kan natuurlijk altijd ook van de manier van aanpak van iemand anders en ook de manier die eigenlijk in SCAPE gebeurd is, kan je ook leren om dat zelf in de toekomst op die manier aan te pakken. En dat is eigenlijk wel het vernieuwende aan zo'n Europese projecten.
Ander plattelandsproject van SCAPE is de Darren Valley in Engeland. De Darren is een van de meest bedreigde Britse rivieren. De recreatiedruk is hoog en ook de effecten van klimaatverandering zijn voelbaar. De rivier valt soms helemaal droog en soms treedt ze buiten haar oevers, met veel schade in de dorpen tot gevolg.
I think if we can find some more ways of slowing the flow and using this area as a reservoir, it's when there's a big rush of water comes down the valley that the flood happens.
SCAPE wil het watersysteem aanpakken op een natuurlijke manier. Zo wordt op sommige plaatsen het kalkgrasland hersteld. Bij Preston Farm zijn oude greppels uitgegraven en moeten kleine dammen voorkomen dat het regenwater te snel afstroomt naar de Derrent-rivier. Dankzij de inzichten van SCAPE staan er nog werken gepland. De Derrent-rivier moet een natuurlijke loop krijgen, met respect voor de 37 molens die langs de rivier staan. Hoe kunnen we het landschap herinrichten in functie van de klimaatveranderingen? En hoe kan het landschap zelf ons hierbij leiden? Dat was de centrale vraag binnen SCAPE.
Natuurlijk niet helemaal nieuw. We hebben ons wel op al bestaande studies en onderzoeken gebaseerd. Maar het nieuwe is wel dat we die principes echt per pilootsite getest hebben. Vooraf, achteraf ook met klimaattesten. En dat we dus eigenlijk wel in de praktijk nu zien, levert dat iets op of niet? Nu, de praktijk, zoals ik zei, klimaatadaptatie is een werk van lange adem. Ook de gevolgen van die ingrepen kun je natuurlijk wel niet op 1, 2, 3 gaan meten. Maar nu al zien we dat er zeker gunstige gevolgen zijn. Niet alleen puur naar regen en droogte, maar ook naar recreatie, naar biodiversiteit. Dus dat zijn ook zeer toffe neveneffecten natuurlijk.
In het boekje Het Leidend Landschap worden alle SCAPE-projecten uitvoerig besproken en wordt er ook dieper ingegaan op de principes van landscape design. Het is een leidraad voor toekomstige planning en ontwikkeling, waarbij de waterhuishouding van stad en land met de natuur meewerkt. And the author of the book Landscape-Led Design, Professor Wim Timmermans, is our next guest. Wim Timmermans has a geographical background. He was involved in sustainable urban policy planning in several large Dutch municipalities. Welcome, Wim Timmermans.
Thank you. I needed some water, so. Okay. Yeah, so I prepared, I made a book, and for that I interviewed a lot of people. Some of them were here on the screen. It all started, as far as I know, with Ruth Childs. He is a landscape specialist from England, and she had a statement at the start of the project, SCAPE, about landscape-led design, and it was the landscape is the living result of a long-term interplay of relations between people, nature, and the changing fortunes of communities. Yeah, so when I was asked to do this presentation, I was thinking about this this idea, and well, you can say that until 1900, 1950, it differs a bit for several landscape types. We worked according to this principle. So, and I give some examples. The first one is the Dutch water defense line. It became a UNESCO World Heritage. And the interesting thing is that it is some kind of nature-based defense line. So the idea was, and you see that in the slide, is if there was some enemy coming from the east or the south, and not Belgium but France, we had a plan to flood the land actually, and at the left you see the whole area which was flooded. It was a defense line, a water defense line to defend the economic heart of the country against those enemies. It was also some kind of ensemble of wetlands. So it was peat, it was the rivers, and on the higher places there were some fortifications, and they're still there. And an interesting thing is that it was not allowed in a certain circle around those fortifications to grow trees or to have trees or to build houses and so on. And as a consequence, because if you would build their houses, it would give shelter to those enemies. What you see is that now that, well, it didn't work at the end. It was never used, and when aircraft came in, it was not working anyway, so it was abandoned. But as a result, we still have a large area in the Netherlands where we have those the old buildings, the old fortifications on the one hand, and large open spaces without houses and with not too much trees together. So we used the landscape, we used the water, we used the open space, and now it's one of the largest well, areas in the Netherlands that is, well, there's no urban sprawl or nearly no urban sprawl. It was really a barrier against urbanization. And it's a place for nature, for recreation, landscape, open space, and so on. So you can see that, looking backward, that cultural heritage and nature-based solutions, they worked. They profited from each other, and at the end they delivered a landscape which is now part of the UNESCO World Heritage. I give another, oops. Yeah, another example. We did a study on, well, this state city types along the river. It was a small research on successful European cities, so the capitals of the European countries. And what we found, and we used the successful cities, we found that they had a history where a few hundred years ago they were the perfect place to provide food to the people, so the cities were growing. A bit later, they were also, in a way, the perfect place to defend this growing city, so it could be an edge in the river or a small hill in the flatlands, but again, it was landscape-based, that they had a good way to defend themselves against enemies. Later, when we became more civilized and there was not so much war anymore, the cities that were really well located along infrastructure lines like the rivers, they grow faster than cities which were more difficult to reach. So for the trading, for trade they had another advantage on other cities. So at the end they became the capital. So you can say that the relation with the landscape was very profitable for many cities. Yeah, so I missed one. Okay, so that's fine. Well, the research was based, it started when we realized that when we visit just a city as Madrid or Athens or Berlin or Amsterdam, they were not the same. And at the same time, now, since the 50s, we are building more or less the same type of residential and working areas. So that's where it started. Here you see a visualization of that. If we look at Europe and we take the Rhine, we see that there are different city types along the Rhine. In the mountains, and well, I wanted to have a picture of Ljubljana that was before, but in the mountains you see that in the valley the city started. The old city is in the valley, and a place where several main rivers come together. All the working areas are in the valley, and also the main, the old cities are in the valley. And you see that sprawl is in the area where the mountains go over into the hills and where all the water comes out. If you take the next one, yes. If you go to a bit downstream, you find the more hilly areas, and like Prague, and of course that's not along the Rhine, but this is a model. And you see that the old city, and Budapest has the same, the old city is on a mountain just just next to the river. And also the old town is there, all the economic functions are in the river area, and at the other side of the river, at the end, there was the development of the new city. So the sprawl is not on the hill city, but it's in the lower areas. Then the next one is the lowland city. You must think on cities like Brussels, Berlin, but also Warsaw. And there you see that, they also developed along a river, most of them, a more important river. The bridges are quite important, especially Prague is famous for that. But at the same, no, not Prague is not the example. But at the same time, you see that, so it's an ensemble of villages and small cities growing together into one bigger agglomeration. So it's more spreaded sprawl, and also working areas are, they are spread along those cities. And then finally, the Delta city, that's Amsterdam, for example. And you see there that there are some really high ridges, about 3-4 meters above sea level, that are the central traditional places in those cities. And all around there are smaller and bigger polders. And what you also see is that, there is a lot of peat, and the soil is not so suitable for building, but there are buildings everywhere. So these are really the one having sprawl all around. And why do I say that? The main thing is that, those cities now have all different, they are big cities, but they face different climate adaptation problems from each other. And especially if you look at it from the water point of view, so from floodings and droughts. So you can say that many of our cities until 1950, they really followed the landscape, and from that time technology took over, and then still they have a lot of sprawl, but in different landscape settings, so the problems are different from each other. Then I want to come to SCAPE. Well, Gwenny already said it's shaping climate change adaptive places. So it adapts landscape to reduce the negative impacts of climate change on water management, and then we talk about heavy rainfall, droughts, sea level rise. It's about design, and that's rural, and urban. And what I like also very much is that they concretely develop and test solution. And this testing is, I think it's very important when you talk about landscape-based design. First, a small thing about adaptation strategy. At the time that we followed the landscape, there were not so much problems with heavy rains and so on, so we usually reacted on incidents. So the adaptation strategy was, if there's a flooding, okay, we have a contingency plan, we evacuate and we use sandbags, and it was not a big problem if it's once in 100 or 200 years. And then later we came to a prevention strategy, especially in the Netherlands. So we have big dikes, and we increase sewage capacity to collect the rain. And it really worked until maybe 20 years ago, because then the problems became so huge, and we have seen some examples, and I will show some examples, that we have to transform. So we cannot go on in the way we did so far, by counting on insurance or by evacuation. So we have to develop, we have to really adapt to the landscape. And then we talk about climate dikes or super dikes and floating houses and that kind of stuff. Yeah, we all know that we had huge rain, and I decided to look from that point of view of the recent problems to the SCAPE project. So we had, in the Netherlands, we had these heavy rains in the south of Limburg, and they were also in Belgium and in Germany, of course. And I realized that there were two problems, actually. There were a lot of problems, the two main problems considering the water. On the one hand, when the city, the roads became large rivers, and large is, well, very large rivers. And on the other hand, if you look at the rural area in Limburg, for example, there used to be a lot of terraces with small landscape, with hedges and so on. And the last 50, 60 years, because of more economic reasons, we more or less got rid of those small terraces. So we plowed the land from the top of the hill straight downward. Whoops, excuse me. And all those small terraces, and they were just they're gone, and it's one hill or one where the water can just flow down. So, and then this made me think on the projects in Brighton and Hove and in Darren Valley, because I think we can, of course it's different, but we can learn from them. And I named this heavy rainfall, but that's not the reason why. So this is just what I thought when I saw the problems in Limburg. And well, they were just in the movie. The problems were described. This is in the booklet we have paintings from Erik van Roodslaar, and they were more schematized, but I really like them. And here you see what was the case in, and maybe still is, in Brighton, but anyway, it was the case in Limburg, that the main roads became the main rivers. And what happened in Brighton, and what could be done in the Netherlands, in Limburg, and maybe also in Germany and Belgium, is what was done in Brighton, where the water was brought into the berms, and then it was purified and slowly started to infiltrate into the soil and underlying aquifers and kalk areas. And the other example, it was from Hove, is where measures were made to make some kind of artificial aquifers to bring the water to the sea while keeping the parking places. So this kind of small-scale interventions, I think that's the answer to the problems that we had in Limburg, in the Netherlands, and also Germany and Belgium, because we forgot all those small measures that we took in the past to prevent this kind of floodings, and this is the way to to go back to a more adaptive city. And it has to be done step by step. That's also what Ruth Childs told us. It's not one big intervention, but we need a lot of small interventions as well. And Darren Valley is doing more or less the same. Of course, it's a different landscape, but the main idea was to keep the water on the grasslands and to let it infiltrate and not bring it by sewages and rivers as fast as possible away. First of all, because you don't want to have the floods downstream, and second, because you need the water upstream. Another problem that came up the last years a lot was drought in the Netherlands. I mean, this year we had a lot of we had the floodings. It was already explained. The 3 years before we had intensive droughts, and one of the it was one of the crazy things is that many municipalities, they had these grasslands and they had a mowing regime to mow the grass, and in the contract was that you have to mow the grass, the entrepreneur, every week or every 2 weeks. So even it was completely yellow, it was completely dead, they were still mowing it because it was in the contract. So no one ever thought about this kind of droughts. It was really new because so far, we were known by a lot of rain, and we once tried to publish an article in a scientific magazine. It was about Middelburg with Bas. And then one of the reviewers said, okay, what are you talking about drought in the Netherlands? Come on, it's about flooding. But the last 3 years it was about drought, and I want to discuss 3 of the projects of SCAPE from that point of view. This is the city river of Oostend, and it is about salinization and so on. But the main thing I like very much on this is that you keep the water as much as possible. You make a place, you try to make it attractive for people. It's a border between a new residential area and the harbor area. But one of the main lessons is that you keep it, you use it, and if you have too much, you let it infiltrate, and that is because, that's what naturally happened in this kind of zones, that rainwater is infiltrating and pushing down or keeping down the salt water, because it will be on top of the salt water. So that means you have sweet water available. And also, what I learned from the interview was that one of the problems was if you would bring all the water away directly, then there would be the balance between sweet and salt water in the harbor would be quite bad. And further, it was also a possibility to save cost, as far as I know, on the sewage plan, because if you keep the water in this way, you don't need big sewages, and you can, it saves a lot of investments. In Middelburg it's the same. It was already said in the movie also. In those ridges there were huge sweet water bells formerly. But the last 50 years, year by year, we drained them, and we brought the sweet water to the sewage and to the Haringvliet and the other large streams. And as a result, now the salt water is 2 meters below mowing level. So that means that the trees and other vegetation, they really suffer sometimes from this salt water, and it's going on. And again here, what is tried is to infiltrate the sweet water one by one or drop by drop into the subsoil just to reverse the process and to have the sweet water bells again. De tuinen van Stenen is a very specific project, and what I liked very much is that this is a very it's not a big gesture, but this is really acupuncture planning. So step by step, the landscape in the urban fringe or in the urban rural zone is a bit developed, a bit changed, to make a very careful landscape, providing food, using water, providing recreational and natural functions, and so on. So this is a really acupuncture way of planning. And that is something that is underestimated sometimes, because we always like the big gestures and the big plans, and they should be there because they are the icons. But in the end, this is also an icon of really relaxed planning in a very careful way, still using a lot of technology. Then the last water problem is the sea level rise, and of course the SWIN is there, the good problem, the good example. And again, we use nature by enlarging the SWIN, use the soil for the dikes, and use the stream, the water stream, to keep the SWIN more or less open. And again, there's a lot of technology used for this relation with agriculture. What you see on those projects is on the one hand, first it's the role of technique, and they're all trying to rebalance between landscape and let's say urban development or human development. And often when you talk about nature-based solutions or landscape-based solutions, people start to say, okay, do you want to get rid of technology? And that's not the point. I think what we have seen in all the examples is that we start from the landscape, and when necessary, we introduce technology to solve specific problems or to enforce the landscape in doing the work. Another thing is the monitoring, and this is something no one is good in, especially politicians don't like monitoring because it costs a lot of money and it delivers a lot of data, but you want to be sure, first of all, that it works, like the agriculture in the SWIN, but also the way the water infiltrates in Middelburg, or the example of Brighton, how much water do you bring to the subsoil? You need to know that, just to see if it works, but also it's very difficult to monitor nature in quantitative terms, and still we are talking about water, about sewage, about technical systems, including nature. So we need to know also for the future what nature can do for us and what nature cannot do for us. So that's why monitoring is very important. Well, the cost, it saves a lot of investments in sewage systems, but also it can be very costly. So it's something to keep in mind. And then there's one other thing. What we see in the projects of SCAPE is they really solve specific problems at the moment. And but that's also the problem. It's a very concrete measures, very concrete projects, bringing us a lot. But it's also this concrete tomorrow action and so on. It's a pitfall for us, because at the moment in the Netherlands, for example, there is a huge need for a large amount of housing, and there's a huge need of there are many huge needs for agriculture and so on. And we used to plan and to think on a day-by-day, in a day-by-day modus. And I think it's important to think about long-term planning. So when we talk about 1 million extra houses in the Netherlands, of course we can build where we have space now, but we should consider it from the point of view of the natural, the landscape system, to avoid that we build large housing areas 7 meters below sea level. For example, that's one of the most exaggerating discussions. And what we have done in Wageningen is we made once a vision on the Netherlands in 2120, so it's in 99 years. So we did it 2 years ago to be actual, but now it's a vision on 99 years. And the funny thing is that this thing went viral, and we were really surprised because it was just an exercise in the beginning. And one of the things that we avoided to do is say, okay, half of the country is below sea level, so if sea level rise, half the country is gone, and we all move to Germany and Belgium. I mean, that's the a bit the dark vision. What we did was we made this vision, and we took 5 guiding principles. So we used the natural system as a starting point. You can say that's landscape-based. So water is a leverage. We were thinking about circular and climate positive economy, adaptive spatial planning, and nature inclusive society. And this brought us, oops. Yeah, sorry, I go one back. This brought us to the one in 2120. And as you can see, well, it differs a lot, especially if you zoom in. But this thing was, well, this is a realistic scenario. We took the worst case climate scenario for that and the worst case urbanization scenario, so build a lot of extra houses. But still it was a very positive plan. This is one example, an urban landscape on the hillside. This is how it looks now in Limburg and on the Veluwe, and the right one is how it looks according to this new idea. But this type of looking at landscape, it did a lot. It was very attractive for people because it was no doom scenario, like, okay, half of the country will disappear and so on. It was also solution-oriented. It took climate adaptation as given to be dealt with. Yeah, so what it did is that we were on all, well, not me, but the project leader on all television shows and all the newspapers and so on. And as a consequence, many other scenarios came and people showed more, but they all started from climate adaptation and landscape-based. And that was interesting because so far, climate is just one of the things to look at when you make a plan. So you look at housing, at economy, at infrastructure, mobility, and climate, and nature and recreation. But now there is some kind of discussion going on, like, okay, we should start with our landscape, where we are, and from there see where we can adjust housing, economy, and all the other functions. So it put climate and adaptation and this, all the problems and chances there as a central issue, not to be forgotten, and also not to be, there's no compromise, that's not the real word, but it's a given to start from there, and that's quite a very important result. And what we're doing now is we are bringing that to regional and local level, and we're talking with mayors and vice mayors, and that's quite sensitive because we have election in half a year, and that means that if you come up with a scenario as a mayor that shows that half of your city should be maybe, well, at least transformed. It's a transition area, it means that, well, it should be gone or completely changed in 100 years. That's not, when you have a map and people won't like it, it might cost you a lot of votes. But what we do with these maps, so this is not a, well, it's a scenario, but it's also not a scenario. It's a discussion map. So, but people take maps as, okay, where's my house and what's going on there? And the idea is that we want to make people aware of this 100-year aspect of every decision that you make now. Because if you build a house, if you build an area or an economic zone or infrastructure, it will be there for 100 years. But we consider it as planning for the next 20 years. So we are trying now to bring this tool to local planning processes as an input to consider the longer term in the planning than is done now, and to avoid some crazy process. But the main thing is to make people aware that we are not planning for the next 10, 20 years, but if we make a plan, it's usually for the next 100 years. And it might mean that you avoid certain activities, or maybe prefer to have certain areas in specific areas where the landscape allows you to do that. So the main thing of this tool, and I wanted to show some of the examples, but I was not allowed because it's too sensitive at the moment, because it was not published yet, and the councils and so on, they don't know yet that this is coming. But the main thing is to create policymakers and politicians awareness of the long-term aspects of the decisions that they make now. So the overall conclusion for me is that for resilience, so what we do in all those plans is we look at the landscape base of the cities, and we can learn a lot from current cultural heritage. And for resilience, you have to rethink urban planning. Thank you.
I don't know if there are any questions for Wim Timmermans at this point. The questions will come at lunch, I guess, while you were eating. Okay, thank you very much, Wim Timmermans. The benefits of effective stakeholder management and engagement in green spaces. That is the topic of the lecture of our next guest, and that's Gerard van Keken. Welcome, Mr. van Keken. Mr. van Keken is both a researcher and a practitioner on the subject of identities of places.
The green ones, huh? Here I stand, but I don't see you. But I'm trying to make this work. Ah, there I am. Well, thank you very much for inviting me. No, it's fine. Deze. Ah, okay. You know, I'm not so much into technology. I'm more into people, as you will see. I'm going to talk about the benefits of stakeholder management. It's something everybody does when he's doing a project, but it's good to dive into that. Well, of course, I start with the urgency of why we are here today. And I think everybody saw it this summer, and especially in Flanders, well, in Belgium, I must say, of course. But what it makes very clear is that we have to think in another way, and I think that's why we are here today, isn't it? This is where I come from, Zeeland, and it's supposed to be, we are from the Dutch famous Delta Works, and of course this is absolutely an example which is not landscape-led. It's very much, well, like Wim Timmermans said, it's very defensive in a way. It's defending against the water. And it's very much a technical solution. Well, in 50 years, we've learned quite a bit in the Netherlands. This is one thing northwest of Amsterdam. Another solution also against the water. It's called, well, the terrible name, Hans Bosche Duinen. And it's very much a natural solution where technique is supportive. Well, we are here. This is probably 50 years ago how the Flemish Delta works, I would say. But I can say, because I've been 10 years, I've been coming to the Flemish coast, but the good thing about the Flemish coast is that it's very cozy and you have very good food. And that's sometimes, well, that's lacking sometimes in the Netherlands. Can I say that? Is that a compliment? I think so. What I'm going to talk about, I'm going to talk about the benefits of green infrastructure. What is stakeholder management? I will do that really quickly because I have to come very much to the 6 landscape-led designs. And I will end, of course, with some lessons. What are the success factors and the failure factors of these projects? Well, this is me. She already said I'm very much into place branding, place making, tourism very much. And I did my PhD on the construction of regional identity. So I'm very much into what are the souls of places. And I have very much to do with stakeholder management in that regard. Well, one good thing about the pandemic, well, everybody knows, well, let's not talk too much about it, but we discovered the green infrastructure, green spaces. I myself, every afternoon, I walk. I lost 10 kilograms. You can see that, not because I'm behind this, but it helped absolutely. So it's like oxygen. Green spaces, we discovered the green spaces because of the pandemic, I think. It's like escaping from your daily life. It's about recreating, getting new thoughts. And if you look at the definition of green infrastructure from the European Commission, well, read it, but it's terrible. I always ask then, okay, what's in it for us, for me? So it's very good to think about, okay, what are the benefits of green infrastructure? And it sounds so simple, but when you discover it, it's very, very nice. Well, everybody discovered that it's very good to be in good shape, not only physically, but also absolutely mentally. Mentally well-being, and forests or park really give you the opportunity to do so. But also, children are sitting very much in front of their television or their PlayStation, whatever. In green infrastructure, it's absolutely necessary for children to discover other things they can. And what we seem to forget nowadays, especially in cities, is places which are not commercialized. Where can we meet other people? Well, in green spaces, in parks, in forests. It's very good for community wellness. And of course, they have to be safe places. It depends very much on people, how they are designed. But they can create a high-quality, attractive area. On another level, green infrastructure are, of course, very important for ecosystems, for the reduction of heat islands. 10 years ago, nobody ever heard about heat islands, but they're fashionable, but they're really important green infrastructure against urban heat islands for creating cool towns, creating shadows, turn grey into green. And of course, the suds, very important in green infrastructure. We heard a lot about it, but also simple things. What is the function of trees? Well, they clean air. And the last one, and not the least, economic value of properties near green infrastructure absolutely rise. So there are two, we have seen all 10 benefits, and there are two main focuses. A people's focus, and the other one is a policy, a functional focus. Well, keep that in mind, because later on I'm going back to that. And of course the question is, what are the benefits of stakeholder engagement in landscape-led design? Good question, Gerard. Of course, everybody knows who are stakeholders, what are stakeholders, people who are affected or by a decision, what's going on, especially when it comes close to your neighborhood, you start thinking about things like that. Well, stakeholder management, project management, everybody knows, but stakeholder engagement is very important. How do you involve people? How do you make people, when it's their neighborhood, it's not so difficult, but when things are very abstract, it becomes more difficult. And why is it so important? Because, well, stakeholder engagement creates involvement. You need to feel attracted to what is going on here. And you have to think, okay, I have to deal with stakeholders. What do they want? What are their needs? And one central issue in stakeholder management is, of course, trust. We will see that later on. So you have to involve stakeholders as early as possible. You have to look also at the longer term. Sorry, Wim already said, long-term planning. You have to think about long-term things as well. And I think this is an important model, what has changed, I think, the last, well, 20, 30, 40 years. I'm that old already. From reactive, inactive, you have to think in stakeholder engagement about proactivity. You have to think about interactivity. How can you handle that? And there are all kinds of different levels of involvement. And the most simple one is, okay, I'm here informing, I'm telling you something, that's informing. And the higher level, you come to involvement, collaboration, when people are working together. And the highest level is that people take action. You make people also responsible for things, the ladder of involvement. So why is stakeholder engagement important in landscape-led design? We've already seen, okay, it's about landscape, it's about technique, and what's the other one? Exactly. Very good. I was not allowed to do a quiz, but this is a good question. People are so important because without people, nothing happens. And it sounds so simple. People have to do tasks, but how do you make a place into a green space? How do you use participation involvement in designing green spaces? Well, as we said, she introduced me with, okay, traditionally local governments and public authorities are primarily responsible for green space planning. That's true, very, very true. But times are changing, you know. You can't think, we have to stop top-down thinking. The democratic processes are required, and public sector budgets are shrinking. So you have to go look at stakeholders. What can other stakeholders do for me? So public participation, and well, even one small stakeholder can make a giant contribution because he has such a good idea. So all stakeholders can make contributions in the projects you're making. Because stakeholders' preference and values regarding their environment are valuable. People who are living there most of the time have the most, now not always, but some of them have a lot of knowledge which is so valuable for the project you are doing. And why is participation so important? Because afterwards you get much more better accepted decisions. It sounds so simple, but it's often very much forgotten. And it creates a level of trust. Trust is something we need very much in this society. I know it's an open door what I say, but it's so crucial, especially in the world of politics. We in politics in the Netherlands, we have a huge problem. We're almost approaching, I think in Belgium they did about 300 days. Well, we're almost halfway. So it will take another few months, and it's all about trust. Do political parties trust each other? It's absolutely embarrassing, but I'm not talking about politics. No, I'm talking about how can you increase engagement? How can you increase ownership? Start people, involve them, make them owner of what you're doing. It sounds simple, but it's not so easy. You have many methods for doing that. And here you see, okay, the level of involvement and the methods, they're numerous. And of course, SUTs, cooling towns, clean air, reduction heat islands. How do you bring that to people? It's very much a policy instrument, but how do you bring that to people? Well, it's not so difficult. It's by focusing on the benefits it has for people. Like I said, what's in it for me? Very, very, very important. So the benefits for the stakeholders. Now, there's the more scientific approach. I got this categorization, which was created 2 or 3 years ago by another educational institute, used in green infrastructure as well. How can you classify the benefits of people? Well, we have 4 categories: environmental, ecological, cultural, and economical. And how can you classify the benefits? So is there more benefits who are economic? Most of the time things are economically. But what about the cultural thing? What about the ecological thing? We will see. What I did is I did research on these 6 landscape-led design projects. Of course, we know the role of technique, landscape is clear. Innovative approach. And my question is, okay, what is the role of the stakeholders in this? I had 4 research questions. What are the characteristics and methods which are used? What is the use and effectiveness of the strategies? What are the benefits of these strategies? And what lessons? What are the successes and what are the failures? It's not only about successes. Maybe you can learn as much of the failures, especially for people who are dealing with the next. What did I do? I had a questionnaire, not such a long one, but less than 10 questions. I interviewed all the project leaders in last July, August, 1 or 2 months ago. And of course, you know, it's not so easy to compare all these projects with each other. It's like, as you say in the Netherlands, it's like comparing apples with pears. They're both fruits, but they're comparable. And as we've seen in the movie and what Wim just told us, the nature and the size of the projects differ very much. Urban, rural, they're a regional level, local level. existing environment, or are we dealing with a new plan? Is it knowledge orientation, or is it very practical, or are they both? Are residents included or not? It matters, of course, very, very much. Well, all together, I asked the project leaders to name, well, okay, with how many stakeholders do you have to deal? Average, there is more than 8 stakeholders, one project 5, 2 projects 8, 2 projects have 10, or sometimes even more. And it means when you have so many stakeholders, you have a lot of expectations you have to deal with. I also asked, can you characterize the role, what they have? Are there leading roles, supportive roles? Well, here you see 12 leading roles, which is quite a lot. 30 supportive roles, 5 neutral, 3 unaware, and none of them was resistant. And that's probably, I think, we have to thank that to, you're doing new things, so people don't know very much what it is about. Still, there's a lot of fear behind things. We'll come to that later. Also, who are the stakeholders in all these projects? Well, as you can imagine, primarily responsible are the governing bodies. So 12 stakeholders were from the governing bodies. The water organizations, 7, and landscape architects, and then you have half of the project altogether, which is not surprisingly. Then you have contractors, knowledge institutes, farmers. So not so many residents or farmers. They play not so much an important role in this. I asked the project leaders to characterize their projects. And here you see sometimes they say, okay, sometimes there's a fear for a new approach. We're doing new things. But also very much a focus on learning by doing, local knowledge. Knowledge is important, collaboration. So altogether, there is very much a focus on learning, gaining new knowledge, working in collaboration, and some other remarks. And of course, participation, is that an issue? And I would say, of course, it's very much yes. But how then, and why? Because combining knowledge, we already saw, as the first speaker said today, we're working with 12 different expertises around the table. Because that leads to a better design. And it sounds very simple, but you should start it, because they don't speak each other's languages. It's about gathering detailed local knowledge about water. And also here, residents are sometimes important, not only the experts. So you have to combine both expectations. And of course, participation of all stakeholders is critical. They are the cornerstones of everything. It sounds so simple, but if you forget one stakeholder and he comes later on in, you have a problem. Well, sometimes you have a problem. Well, how can you characterize this on the ladder of involvement? Well, the 6 projects are very much in the collaboration and the involvement. It's not only about informing people, just slightly, but collaboration, involvement is the most important one. So that means co-planning, working together with each other. And I think that's a very good approach. Okay, which methods? Well, all kinds of methods are used, but most of the time, workshops, meeting, conferences, and also, of course, the digital ones, websites, social media are important. That's not so much of a surprise, of course. But what are the benefits for the stakeholders? What does it bring to them? Of course, water-related issues. Stakeholders become so much more aware of what was going on. A better understanding of of landscape-led management, knowledge how to handle the problem, and you can make a division between water-related on a more abstract level, but also water quality related issues, and these things are all policy related. Another thing which I really found is that a lot of things have to do with the process. And the process, well, is sometimes very difficult to lead or to steer. But here, sharing knowledge, again, was very much an issue for the project leaders. New ideas, new methods, trying to do new things, training and increased knowledge, helps very much in this. Well, it contributed, of course, very much with the technical and local expertise in the design stage. A completely different angle is ecosystems. The benefits is very much on a species-rich area, the flora, the fauna, the birds, animals, and it's very good for that. And of increased habitat quality on lands and a bigger area, and here only you see a more residential approach. A bigger area means potential pressure from the visitors is more spread. So that's a good benefit of the project as well. And here we have just the people-orientated approach, which is very good benefit. People start looking at their own environment in a different way. They get to know their own place, they get to know their own history, which might help in putting input for the projects as well. And here visitors again have a bigger area to come walking, cycling, and last but not least, income generating. What I did is I didn't show that classification on the 4 categories earlier for nothing. I tried to put all these benefits in this classification to look, okay, is one category more prevalent above the other one? Well, not really. You can put all the benefits under environmental, economical, and nothing has much of a priority. But I think you should do much more research on all kinds of different projects to see, okay, what kind of category is more emphasized in a way. And that are questions to be researched later on. I didn't tell you, but all the things which are written down are most of the time quotes from the questionnaires. So trust, honesty, and sincerity is brought up by the project leaders. And as I told you, trust is very essential in stakeholder management. And here again, if you have so many stakeholders, what do you expect from stakeholders? And more important, what do the stakeholders expect from the project? So don't make wrong expectations. And it's very much key in stakeholder management. Well, the process, as I told you, is of course very, well, there must things continue. And especially in these periods, you know, in a pandemic period where, well, this is one of the first times that I attend a conference again after 2 years. And I think the last 2 years, not many meetings have been held with all kinds of stakeholders, just by teams. And as I say that a virtual meeting is not the same as a physical meeting. And here again, the learning and sharing is very, very important. One of the project leaders said, well, we learned, we share now. So you spread the knowledge with other city councils. People come up, other colleagues, other city councils, that you try new designs. And also in a different order than you did before, with different expertises. And of course, it sounds very simple, innovation, but innovation is absolutely the most difficult thing to do. It sounds so simple, SCAPE, well, innovation in climate strategies, but to test all these things is not so easy. Improvements, well, it sounds so simple, but it's not easy done. And then, okay, first I thought I'll start with the failure and end with the success. But as I said, sometimes you can learn even more from the failure factors. Very good to understand that stakeholders can have different interests, different expectations, but also different interests. Here, residents in different parts of the catchment can have conflicting views. And you must see that so you can handle and act on that. The stakeholder engagement process, I already said you, insincere goals. Is the goal that you're striving for, is it really an honest goal? Don't you have a hidden agenda? You have to be flexible, proactive in everything. And let's be honest, there are problems with implementation. Things are not widely tested. So when you do an innovation, things can fail. What's wrong with fail? Well, nothing. And problems can cause, well, changes can cause problems. Because there is, well, maybe I think, especially in the Western world, there is a resistance to change. Why don't we do things in the old-fashioned way? It went well, didn't it? But when you have problems and people get touched by these problems, you know, the things are, I don't know what the beginning of my sentence was. Well, it doesn't matter. Well, just one flooding event can be the start of a longer term of hardships and so on. Well, this is my final conclusion. In landscape-led design, stakeholder engagement process is just as essential as the landscape and the technique, but that's an open door, but still I have to remark it. And these kind of projects, as I said, I started with the Dutch waterworks. It's not a battle against water, but I think the Hansbosse duinen, the dunes, are a way to go along with nature. We shouldn't fight against nature anymore, but they are essential to create new knowledge, innovations, in order to find new solutions. And I think these projects create absolutely interesting opportunities to do so, because our time is running up, and my time probably as well. Well, thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you have a nice day. No questions?
No questions?
Well, I'll catch you on the lunch then.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gerard van Keken. And we will cover one more topic before lunch, and that is the monitoring of sustainable drainage systems in Brighton and Hove. And therefore, I would like to invite Bob Bray on stage. Welcome, Mr. Bray. Bob Bray is a pioneer and an innovator of creative rainwater management or sustainable drainage, the so-called SUDS in the UK. And he focuses on nature-based solutions to water quality and flooding. It's all yours.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting us along. I hope you'll see this as more of a detail about how we've done something, and I hope you enjoy what you see. In England anyway, this nature-based rainwater management is often called SUDS, or Sustainable Drainage Systems, and I started getting involved in this in 1996, when, like all good things, the ideas came over from the United States, and along with Coca-Cola and napalm. And this idea, I was the only landscape architect in a room full of engineers at the time. You could tell by the shiny grey suits who was who. And it grabbed me really hard, and it was a complete change in the way I was, my professional life. And this is part of what I do now. The background here is what the area we're going to look at was looking like when the wildflowers were at their best, and I hope we can show you how we did all this. First of all, the top right-hand slide there is the flood pattern, and we've seen this before in a couple of previous presentations, that today's rivers are the roads. The downs that are just above Brighton and Hove are chalk downlands, which once upon a time would have absorbed all the water that fell upon them. The roads that now service human beings now are the conduits for water, for any rainfall event over a shower, because the pipe systems can't handle it. A lot of them are blocked. They're not maintained properly. And so the roads become these channels. And this project is taking this water from these roads and using green space, which is all around our cities, particularly in suburbia, and taking them in small areas, as a previous speaker mentioned, to arrest those flows and collect those volumes of water, to clean that water, and to allow it naturally to infiltrate in these chalky areas that it did before. And the first area we're going to look at is the small phase 1 of this project on Carden Avenue. So that's what Darcy Drive looked like before, and the design at the top is slightly askew, I'm afraid, on this slide. But you can see on a rainy day, this was taken by a resident who, from his bedroom window, you can see the water entering into that green space. It goes off the road. You can see there's a hump on the road which is both a slowing device for the vehicles, but it also directs water to where we want it, as opposed to going down a drain, which it won't go down because it's either blocked or hasn't got capacity. It runs into that green space. And the green space that you can see there, the first part of that green space is trapping that water and all of the pollutants that water is carrying. A lot of people haven't appreciated how much pollution runoff from hard surfaces carries. We were talking last night over some beers in a bar, would you believe, about one of these new concerns that we all have is plastic, microplastics. You'll be pleased to know in the River Thames there are approximately 81 particles of microplastic in every litre of Thames water. So that serves the London as well, right, doesn't it? So this first basin you can see here is a treatment basin. It's a lined basin, and the water is collected in that basin and is held. And I'll show you a flow control mechanism that holds that water in that basin before it goes on to a much bigger basin where, in this part of the world, water can naturally infiltrate into the chalk soil underneath. So there's the device, and the devil is in the detail when you get down to the nuts and bolts of design in this. The top right-hand side, you can see a device for getting water off the street. And you can see it's all at the surface, all visible. So everybody who sees these schemes, hopefully, can understand. If they're visible, then people understand how they work, and they can relate to that. And the residents around this particular very, very small event, this very small space, they come out when I go down there, they pop out of their house in, hi Bob, and it's working, it's doing, suddenly, because they can see it all. I doubt if they would come out and talk to me about the drain, the gully and the pipe, but they can see all this happening. So the water goes in at a very short, grassy channel, which we call a swale, into that first basin. So those little details are very important to make sure that it's going to work for a long period of time without drastic maintenance, just the removal of this silt and the pollution that it has. Oh, I'm going to just pop back, I think, which is that one, I think. Yes. I forgot to mention, this is the device which allows that control mechanism to work. You can see the water comes in on the right-hand side. That's water coming in on a day-to-day basis, you know, the ordinary everyday rainfall. But before it gets to the place where it's going to infiltrate, there's a very small orifice, and it's called a protected orifice. The landscape plus that screen protects that orifice. The water comes out of that first basin very, very slowly, so that most pollution has time to settle out and stay in that first basin. Once the water rises to the top of that basin, it can overflow the weir, which is that plate in the middle of that chamber, and then carry on. In very, very heavy rainfall, water can bypass this system, but on an everyday basis, we're protecting the aquifer, we're protecting the ground that the water is going to flow over. I'm playing games here. So, again, part of the design of this is, and it's difficult, this is a roadside, this is a verge, a grass verge, which for most people is just grass. It's just a separating element between a highway, a road, and where people live. At the moment, some people have actually mow their verges to make them look neat and tidy, but there is no relationship with that verge. It is merely a separating space between roads, which are hazardous, as is perception, and the roads where you live, and the houses where you live. So this space now is changing its character. Firstly, it's doing a job, but secondly, although going back to the last presentation, people were very reluctant to commit to the idea of using these spaces. For instance, children playing in these spaces, people using these spaces, because as was pointed out there, when you're doing something new, it's very difficult for most people to relate to that new space, that new environment that they're going to have outside their front door. So that space at the moment is managing rainfall, but it's also creating habitat. So one of the suggestions early on was these spaces could be used by people, but most of the residents were concerned that it was near the road. Well, actually, when you begin to look at those spaces now, it's interesting that a number of local people, for instance, say how they like that space outside their houses. And we know for a fact that, for instance, these are wildflowers coming up in this basin. There's a lady goes out and picks the wildflowers for her vase, I presume. People are beginning to relate to it as a space rather than a void that's just separating them from the road. So for here, the value here, outside the flooding and the water quality, is a space for people and a space for wildlife. So I have a very short period of time, so I'm going to crack on. This will be the next phase of this. So we already now have that first small space working, and we know it works. Lots of water will come in through that first inlet, but no water at the moment is coming out of the end of the system because all of it is infiltrating clean water, all of it is infiltrating in that second basin. And as you can see here, as we make our way up Carden Avenue, there will be a further system of these basins to intercept very big volumes of water coming down these roads, which are either following the contour or are at not right angles to the contour, so that you get this very large volume of water coming down the hill. So one question which always arises here is how do we look after these spaces, and is it different from managing a pipe? So we are so wedded to the idea of water going through a hole in the ground and along a pipe underground, which we never see, so we don't maintain it. So much of the problem that we're experiencing in our urban cities at the moment, and certainly in Britain, is lack of maintenance, or people not engaging with the maintenance of these spaces because what you can't see, you don't relate to. And these spaces, the maintenance is landscape maintenance. By and large, it's simple landscape maintenance, and that will be litter picking, cutting the grass, etc., with one small, careful bit, which is managing that inlet that I pointed out to you before, and managing the silt and the pollution that we're collecting in that situation. So we're changing from, if you like, the management of this sump in the ground to an open small platform where we have to do the same sort of thing. But the place that stores the water, the place that infiltrates the water, that's landscape care, cutting the grass, picking up the litter. So this is an opportunity for me to now acquire a full head of hair and become 30-year-old young man. In your dreams, okay. I'll now apologise on behalf of Ben Shuttleworth, who couldn't be here today because his second vaccination wasn't done in time to get him across the divide between our good selves and your good selves. So I'm now going to be Ben Shuttleworth. So first of all, this is an innovation in how do you persuade people that this thing works, and to see some of the subtleties about this. Now, these things have only recently gone in, so we don't have the confirming information, but that will be something which we hope over the next months we can show you. And we'll start. Oh, yes, this is. So this new monitoring arrangement is based on a remote monitoring system. It's basically putting in sensors that will not only tell you that water is in those basins, but the depth that water is in the basin and the flow rate through the basin and how much water gets to the end of the sequence. I think there's another one. So using these sensors, which then send their information to a router, which is located locally, that router will send that information to the cloud, and we can set the time pattern to a 5-minute, 15-minute, whatever it might be. So, oh, there we are. And the point is that we're doing it remotely. When we tried to find out how we could monitor this, we initially went to two universities in the UK. Apart from the fact that it was hugely expensive, because they were expecting to have a student doing all of this work, going there almost like, oh, it's raining, I better rush out and monitor this. What cloud technology allows us to do is to get this data, send it via the cloud to ourselves, and for weeks there may be no rain. But that period of rain may only be 2 hours. But in that period of 2 hours, you could have a 1 in 20, 1 in 30 year event. And this remote monitoring will be able to identify what is happening every 5 minutes, if we like. So you can see, I hope, I can't quite see that down there, so I'm going to keep looking. I'm going to look here periodically. Apologies for the back of my head. So here we go. So the water comes in here. It comes along this little swale here, and then there's a basin here. That's a pollution control basin. So very often in very small rainfall events, that's all that may fill with water. But when there's because of the catchment, any water that gets into there will flow through that flow control. So there is a sensor in that flow control that's telling us how deep the water is in that flow control. And the orifice will give us the flow rate out of that flow control. Any water that then goes over the weir in that flow control will go down that pipe into this infiltration basin. And then there's a sensor here which will tell us what the depth is and the time it takes for that water to fill and the depth that it has filled to. And if there's more water than that basin can handle, then water will go onto this one, and then there's a little flow control down at the bottom here saying, well, this has not been able to cope with all of the water that came down the road. So it will go out back onto the road. But so far, and this has been functioning now for all through this year, no water that we're aware of has ever got to that point in any of the rainfall events, and yet it's got quite a big catchment further up that road. So that's that first part. That's the monitoring arrangement. So there's one. There's two. There's three. So those sensors will give us that information. Just to let you know, sod's law, as we would say in England, means that every so often the unexpected happens, and it's usually not always good at news. We tried to use this, and none of these sensors were working. And it appears that the cards, which are like a SIM card in each of these, we were in a blind spot. Further up the hill, they work And in New Zealand they work, but they weren't working here. So we've had to do quite a lot of jiggery-pokery to get them, but they're now in and they're now functioning. So we are now going to be getting that information. But like all new technologies, there's always hiccups at the beginning, isn't there? So this is the sort of data that we're going to be collecting, and it's going to, from now on, Darcy will be doing that, and we hope that we'll also be monitoring the next phase as well. These are just figures that Ben's put on the screen. He knows what figures he's talking about, I don't. If you're interested in the figures and at some point what the results are, then you can contact Ben Shuttleworth directly, and he may be looking now, and hello Ben if you are. So we're expecting to see these sorts of peaks coming into the system, and then a much more static and level of discharge as a result of those measures that we've put in to control the flow. So it'd be difficult for me to describe all of this, but Ben will, or would, or can in the future. Isn't that exciting? Look at all that. So what we are expecting is that those peaks will all drop down, and that what's really important here is that the volume that we'll be recording coming out of the end of the system, if there is any coming out of the system, will be much less than a conventional drainage system, because we're using a landscape-based system. The infiltration which would have naturally occurred in this landscape is being replicated by design. And there again, we'll be able to interpret from those monitorers, and this is the flow control chamber and how it functions between two basins, protective baskets at each end to stop blockages, and we've used these. We had to design these flow controls because we couldn't find anything available 20 years ago, and we've never had a blockage in any of these because of the concept of the protected orifice. So the water goes through a basket full of stone before it gets to the flow control. And there we are. So thank you very much indeed. I've had to fly through that to keep time. We've been designing SUD systems, as I say, since 1996. We've designed stuff in London, we've designed things in rural areas, but here we're working in a suburban area, and something which we hope will be fully replicable, so that anywhere that has issues with rainwater can begin to build these landscape-based mechanisms for slowing the flow and cleaning the flow and providing exciting and beautiful places for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob Ray, for the interesting lecture. I think we're a bit ahead of time, but it's time for lunch. You're probably hungry. And we'll start again at 2 o'clock, so I'd say enjoy your meal, and we'll see each other at 2 sharp.
proud and honored to be here, so thank you. But maybe you can tell your friends that they can invite me to play a concert at their place.
That's a brilliant idea, Bas.
Thank you.
You're very good at publicity, promoting yourself. So, welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed lunch and could have some sun as well. But now we are here inside, and we'll start the afternoon with a film about Triple C. Triple C has started in 2016 and was postponed a little bit due to Corona, but is also finished now. Triple C stands for Climate Resilient, Community-Based Catchment Planning and Management. A mouthful, but I guess and I hope it will become all clear watching the movie.
Much as we thought it might have been years ago, here we are in August and the level, as you
Triple C in Somerset has been working as part of the wider Hills to Levels initiative. Our efforts have been targeted to slow the flow to reduce flooding and soil erosion. We've worked with farmers, land managers and local stakeholders through one-to-one advice, demos and focus groups. We've also provided capital grants for water retention and erosion control measures.
Well, hello folks, here we are at Folly Farmyard in a little hamlet of Dommet in the parish of Buckland St Mary. It was a few years ago that Joanna and Sabine came knocking on my gate and told me about this project. We had a good old walk around and agreed a plan. Within no time at all, we were in action and we got the digger in, and here we are at an old farm pond that would have been here a couple of 100 years ago when they were building the farm. We dug it out much as we thought it might have been years ago. Here we are in August and the level, as you see, has dropped right down, but in the middle of winter it's full up with water and it's overflowing the sluice. Got a little bit of control over there at the sluice, so we can adjust the levels if we need to. We can let water out. And then over the farm we've got various other scrapes and leaky dams that are working quite well. There's nothing massive here on the farm, it's all fairly small measures, but it's really important that we're a small part of a really big jigsaw, and we are really making a difference to the amount of water that goes down onto the levels. We're holding quite a lot back.
The work to slow the flow at Folly Farmyard has been completed through the Hills to Levels project, with funding from the Somerset Rivers Authority and Triple C.
Over the last 3 years, we have been monitoring a range of natural flood management measures through the Hills to Levels project. These range from leaky woody dams, floodplain attenuation ponds, and these brush dams and bunded scrapes. And from the monitoring, we have seen that during moderate rainfall events, the brush dam is able to hold back water and then push it into these bunded scrapes.
Monitoring has shown that woody dams can store water,
and also create important habitats and channel shape diversity. From the results, we've learned that each dam stores only a small amount of water, and for best results, they should be designed to spread high flows onto the floodplain.
So this is right down against what's become known as George's Gorge, which is the road going down to the river. And this is actually an area there with the road where there was a real danger of a landslip, and there have been landslips in the past. Yeah, they have, quite serious ones. So this was going to stabilise and suck up the moisture, and that's the reason for planting it, really, apart from the fact we like woodland.
In the Williamsbrook catchment, we've worked with the local flood wardens. They bring enthusiasm and dedication and the local knowledge to work with us. Many of the sites have different techniques and measures which we've trialled in this catchment, and they bring a lot of knowledge to other people and other catchments.
My name's Marvin Collins. I'm a resident of the hamlet of Loughton. Facilities like this here, where I can store water by coming down and opening the sluices before the storm arrives, emptying it so on a lowering tide it bridges water. I can then shut this one, and I've got an area that can hold back a spate.
Part of the work involved commissioning a modelling study within the Williamsbrook catchment. We wanted to see what sort of impact the water retention measures we've installed could have on the flood hydrograph. The results suggested that for a 1 in 5 year event, the peak could be reduced by 25%. It's important to note that these are modelled calculations, so we've been working with Bristol University, who have been monitoring these sites and looking at real-time events.
So I'm a PhD student at Bristol University, looking at the effectiveness of natural flood management in Somerset. So as part of this, I'm monitoring a range of field sites that have natural flood management structures, this being one of them. It's really interesting how you can see the attenuation that's happened as a result of these ponds, because obviously each one have an outflow gauge that can be controlled by the flood wardens, so kept open or closed or halfway. You can clearly see the peak volume at this upstream pond that happens at a certain time, but then the peak doesn't happen downstream for another 4 hours or so.
The project has been match funded by the Somerset Rivers Authority, which has helped us deliver more in our catchment area. The SRA were keen to support us because Triple C is about catchments, communities and climate change, which is in line with their efforts to deliver the Somerset 20-year flood action plan. Triple C has given us the opportunity to develop techniques and knowledge in natural flood management by working with project partners and local communities. The flood wardens we've supported and the farmer focus groups we've set up have given key people the knowledge, contacts and resources to make a difference in their area. Within these networks, we're sure that activities will span beyond the lifetime of the Triple C project.
Very nice and brief introduction to the Triple C project in Somerset. The subtitles were missing, but we'll put the film online so that you can see it with subtitles online later on. We will now give a presentation of all of the projects of Triple C, and the English partners, they have recorded their presentations, and there will also be some live presentations. And we start again with Somerset. There is following is a PowerPoint of Somerset.
Welcome to this presentation on Triple C's work in Somerset, UK. This project has been delivered by FWAG Southwest, and Triple C has worked as part of our wider hills to levels approach to reduce flooding and soil erosion by implementing natural flood management measures. The project area lies within the county of Somerset. During the winter of 2013 and 2014, the Somerset levels, particularly around the Parrett and Tone catchments, suffered severe flooding, with 600 homes and 6,900 hectares of agricultural land affected. The levels are a low-lying area and so vulnerable to increased flooding due to climate change. The big floods were an awakening to the threats of future flooding and the need to address the causes of flooding and also make the county more resilient. The Somerset Rivers Authority was launched in response to provide governance and funding. It was from this that FWAG Southwest started the Hills to Levels approach to deliver natural flood management measures across the catchments of Somerset. Over the last 5 years, Triple C has formed a key part in engaging with local stakeholders and to also deliver on-the-ground measures. So the two main objectives for Triple C in Somerset were to 1. Improve the water retention capacity in the upper catchments within fields, watercourses and soils, with the ambition to reduce the height of the flood peak and to also delay the peak of the flood. 2. Improve soil management to reduce soil erosion in the upper catchments. In so doing, conserving soil productivity of the farmland, saving on sediment cleanup costs after a flood, as well as further cost savings by reducing the need to dredge lowland rivers. In order to deliver these objectives of the project, we needed to work with a number of different stakeholders. Now, Somerset is a very rural county, so the main stakeholders that we worked with were farmers and landowners. Using their knowledge of their land and making available their land, we could install water retention features and also make changes to land management practices. We set up 4 discussion groups covering soil management, natural flood management, companion cropping and grassland management. This photo shows the grassland group looking at a grassland slitting machine demonstration. This machine was used on half the field to demonstrate the improvement of soil water infiltration. We also monitored grass yields in the season after treatment, which showed that slitting had improved grass yields, so it was of benefit to the farm as well as the wider catchment. We also had some small sub-catchment discussion groups, working with groups of neighbouring farms to deliver local benefits. Somerset County Council are the Triple C lead partner, and we have worked closely with their flood and highways teams to target our activity. Some of our work has required consents from our Environment Agency and the Somerset County Council, and we have developed a series of advice notes on the various measures we are promoting to help landowners understand these measures and what permissions are needed before construction can start. In some areas, there are volunteer flood wardens, and they were invaluable in helping us understand where the issues were. They also took on the management of some of the manually operated water retention features we had put in. Our efforts have been to identify and work with local farmers, landowners and land managers to implement measures that can slow the flow and temporarily store water. Examples of some of these water retention measures is a floodplain scheme we delivered at the National Trust's Montacute House. This is one of the larger Triple C funded projects. Working alongside the lead National Trust Ranger, we designed and constructed 2 floodplain ponds to temporarily store water from the adjacent stream. Other in-stream measures were also installed to slow the water in the stream and to encourage more water to spill out into those floodplain ponds. Examples of these in-stream features are these leaky woody dams, regrading of the channel bank, and also this backwater effect pond. Other examples of water retention features are runoff storage ponds. These ponds are constructed in areas where we have identified they could capture and store surface water runoff. They are designed to temporarily store water, either by allowing it to drain through the soil, or they are installed with restricted outlets. By doing so, we have delayed surface water entering streams and rivers and potentially reducing the downstream flood peak. In-stream measures were also constructed. In-stream meaning work done within the watercourse channel. And these measures include leaky woody dams and brush dams. These are to mimic naturally forming woody debris obstructions caused by trees and branches falling into the river. Our streams and rivers are usually devoid of these features, as there isn't enough woody material in the catchment to create these woody obstructions. Sometimes they are even cleared out of the river in an effort to tidy and for rivers and streams to flow quickly. Trees and branches are placed across the channel, making sure to leave space for base flow to flow unhindered. They slow the water by adding to channel roughness and can also temporarily store rising water levels. We found that these measures were the easiest to get farmers to do, as they did not take up productive land. In 2018, we started a 2-year monitoring programme of leaky woody dams in the Marriott Stream catchment. We wanted to get actual data to see if man-made leaky woody dams slow the flow and act similar to naturally forming woody debris dams. Within the stream and the Marriott Stream catchment, a series of 20 dams were installed, of which 5 were monitored. We monitored water levels using water level data loggers, channel cross profiles were surveyed, and a time-lapse camera was installed to take some fixed-point photos of one dam over time. We found that on average, each dam could temporarily store 5.77 cubic meters of water, and extrapolating the data for all 20 dams, they'd be able to store 115.4 cubic meters of water. That is 1.9% of floodwater stored in the dams during a 1 in 10 year flood event. This shows that these dams do make a difference to downstream flood risk, but they are not the panacea for all flooding and should be used with other measures at a catchment scale for a more impactful flood risk reduction. We also monitored the channel shape over time and recorded creations of gravel bars and scour pools. These dams added to stream channel habitat diversity, as these features are hugely beneficial to a range of invertebrate and fish species. This level of monitoring is a time-consuming task and can take a huge amount of resources to complete, such as staff time and equipment. Although the monitoring did help us understand the level of effectiveness of these type of dams, it is nowhere near exhaustive, as each dam can act differently, and within that each site will be different with its own complexities. The averages are based on the assumptions that the dams are acting as intended every time, meaning they are storing the maximum amount every time. That can vary based on the type of rainfall event, antecedent conditions, construction of the dam, amount of debris within the dam, and the list can go on and on. An example of this can be seen in the water level data as shown in these graphs. Now this is based on the same rainfall event, and as you can see, in this dam, upstream, you can see quite a lot of storage there between the upstream and the downstream, but it drops back down quite quickly, as opposed to this dam, where upstream does rise up, we get a little bit of storage just before the downstream peak is seen. And here we can see this water level that just doesn't drop back down as quickly as this dam does. So here we have quite a huge amount of water level storage. We have been working with a PhD student from Bristol University to gain an understanding of how well our floodplain ponds are working. Drone LiDAR surveys were conducted to calculate volume storage of each pond, and water level loggers were used to calculate the volume storage of water when the ponds are being filled. At Holswater, we have a maximum recorded storage of about 2,300 cubic meters of water, and at Marriott we have a total of about 380. The results so far have shown that these ponds can deliver a peak flow reduction of between 1.4 and 7% in the flood hydrograph. Now the 7% figure as seen at Hulstwater is very encouraging and shows that these floodplain ponds can have a significant impact on downstream flood risk reduction. The cost of monitoring our NFM structures is very high, and we wanted to see the effects of multiple structures and their combined effect on flooding reduction within a whole catchment. So we commissioned JBA Consulting to model all of our NFM structures, as well as ones that were in the process of being implemented at the time, in the Wellandsbrook catchment. Within the catchment, we have a number of leaky woody dams, the Montacute floodplain ponds as described earlier, and some other large manually managed ponds. The modelling showed that we could see a peak flow reduction during all flood events modelled, with the largest reduction of 25.6% seen during a 1 in 5 year event, or an event that has a 20% chance of occurring in any 1 year. Flood management measures need to start in each and every field with good soil management. Historically, most of Somerset would have been in grassland with high soil organic matter levels and good water infiltration. But over the last 50 years, arable cropping has increased with bigger, heavier machinery and the introduction of late harvested crops such as maize, leaving many soils with very poor soil structure. Good structure seen on the left will have many cracks and will allow water to flow down into the water table. Poor soil structure has few cracks, and so rainfall will just flow off horizontally as runoff. Through Triple C, we have been able to visit 45 farms to carry out soil assessments and to provide management advice. To improve soil structure, it is best to avoid any activity which could create compaction. However, avoiding compaction is not always possible, and in very wet years, farmers can have the choice to harvest maize when the field is wet or leave the crop to rot in the field. We had a couple of wet autumns during the project, and they resulted in increased soil compaction in many areas. Soil structure can be improved by mechanical means, such as ploughing in an arable rotation, subsoiling, or slitting in grassland. The machine shown is a sword lifter, and set up correctly, it can crack up compaction while leaving the soil surface level. Improving soil structure and reducing compaction can provide huge benefits by reducing runoff and the associated erosion. We conducted soil infiltration trials to see the impact of mechanically improved soil to water infiltration. Within a field, half of it was subsoiled and the other half was the control, with no measures done to the soil. The graph shows the variation in infiltration across the field, indicating that in some areas the compaction was not successfully broken up. But even with this, average water infiltration increased by 300%. So during a 7.5mm rainfall event, the soil could retain an extra 225 cubic meters of water per hectare. To put this into perspective, our capital works had an average of about 420 cubic meters of water. The subsoiled area also showed an increase of 13 to 15% of grass yield, making economic sense for the farmer. During the project, and as it comes to an end, we've learnt many lessons along the way. Improving soil management can have the biggest benefit to flood risk reduction and reduce soil erosion, but it's the most challenging as it's changing the way many farmers farm their land. We should use a combination of water retention measures and land management measures for best results. We should be working at a catchment scale, using multiple measures in the right place to be most impactful to downstream flood risk. The most popular NFM measures were in-stream or in-ditch measures, with little to no impact to farmers' agricultural land. We need to be more ambitious to make space for water, and capital funding for just the measures alone is not going to achieve this. Funding is needed to compensate farmers for lost revenue where land is taken out of production. With this, we'd be in a better position to propose larger natural flood management schemes and achieve greater flood resilience. Thank you for listening to our presentation. We'd like to take this time to thank Interreg, as well as Somerset Rivers Authority and the Environment Agency for funding this project. Thank you to Steve Jury and Somerset County Council for leading the project, and a thank you to our UK and EU partners who have helped develop and steer the project, as well as sharing their knowledge and experience. It's a shame that we're not able to do this in person and meet for the final time, but I hope you all have a fantastic conference.
So that was a presentation of Somerset. Next is the Molenbeek Triple C project, and therefore Maarten Raman will come on stage and will give some explanation. Maarten is from the organization Boer en Natuur, Farmer and Nature, that is.
Hello everybody, I'm Maarten Raman from Boer en Natuur Vlaanderen. I work together with several partners on this Triple C project. Our biggest group which we meet are the farmers, and we were thinking, what do they have, what do they need to water management, and how can we convince them to go in these projects. First of all, we did a lot of group sessies, a group of group meetings, and we asked them, what is your problem and where do you think that the problem is? So we printed big maps, and they could put their ideas on the map. Then we talk a lot of what are the possible solutions. We did also some events outside, demonstration events, where we could convince the farmers to really that they could see the measurement in the practice. We had also a day who we talk with the farmers on the other side of the border, because the Kleine A Molenbeek, the catchment where we are in, it's a catchment between Antwerp and the Netherlands, and the river crosses the border between Flanders and Netherlands. So we did an event where we could talk with other farmers, how they could, with the farmers of Netherlands, so we could exchange information and so on. We did field travels. We did also fairs on agriculture fairs, where we explain the measurements on a big group of people. When we implemented the measures, we had also an evaluation moment where we talked with the farmers how we, of the process, what we did was okay for them, and are there still something that we could learning from it. It looks like this. We had also a press moment of Triple C. We did a lot of one-on-one advice to farmers. That's important. And we give also soil advice at the farmers in Kleine A Molenbeek. Also, we detected some problems in the area. It was also possible with Triple C funding to detect it and solve it. We had also an international exchange in our area. And because of Corona, it wasn't possible to go outside with the farmers, so we also did some webinars. What did we actually do in the catchment? There we have a film for it.
Triple C.
Extreme weersomstandigheden. Door de klimaatverandering zien we ze steeds vaker opduiken. Dat leidt tot droogtes of uitzonderlijk veel neerslag op korte tijd. In het Europese Triple C-project bundelen deze partners in de vallei van de kleine A Molenbeek hun krachten om droogte en wateroverlast aan te pakken in landelijk gebied. Triple C staat voor Climate Resilient, Community-Based Catchment Planning and Management. Het project maakt middelen vrij voor innovatief water- en landbouwbeheer om klimaatuitdagingen de baas te kunnen. Samen met de landbouwsector en een lokale natuurorganisatie wordt er gewerkt aan vertraagde waterafvoer, waterbevering en infiltratie in de haarvaten van het watersysteem. Dat zijn de land- en tuinbouwgronden zelf en de grachten die daartussen lopen. Landbouwers konden terecht bij een aantal demonstraties om inspiratie op te doen en kennis uit te wisselen rond innovatieve bodem- en watermaatregelen. Door die ingrepen en de hermeandering van de waterloop wordt het valleigebied meer klimaatrobuust gemaakt. Wij gingen kijken bij een aantal voltooide projecten.
Ik ben Anton Wouters. Ik heb samen met mijn vrouw en 4 dochters hebben wij een boomkwekerij in de omgeving van Bustwezel. Het is in het begin van de oorsprong van de kleine A. Samen met de provincie hebben ze dan hier een stuw geplaatst. En we proberen dan hier zoveel mogelijk water te bufferen. Zodoende dat de ondergrond minder uitzakt, zal ik maar zeggen, qua water. En met het gevolg dat we ook minder water zullen moeten geven dan, de bovenkant af. Dat betekent dat eigenlijk in de dagdagelijkse praktijk dat we dus minder berekeningsbeurten moeten geven of minder druppelbevloeiing moeten aanzetten. Dus sparen dan meer dan 70% van het water op. Doordat lokale landbouwers het water via stuwen wat ophouden, krijgen ze in laaggelegen gebieden ook minder problemen met overstromingen na een zware regenval.
Ik ben Cies Oostvogels uit Essen. Ik heb samen met mijn echtgenoot en 2 zoontjes een melkveebedrijf met een kleine vleesveetak. Voornamelijk telen we alles voer voor de koeien zelf. We liggen hier langs de A, dat is sowieso een beekvallei, dus het water van de hoger gelegen percelen drijft door de grondlagen af richting de beek. Dus daardoor is het tegen de beek aan sowieso natter dan bovenop gelegen. En als we dan drainage steken, kunnen we het water versneld afvoeren, zodat de grond ook bewerkbaar en bereidbaar wordt. De pijlgestuurde drainage is eigenlijk een heel simpel principe. De uiteindjes van de leidingen die door de grond liggen over heel het perceel, die worden opgevangen of verzameld in een moerbuis, een grote buis, die komt uit in het pijlput. En in die pijlput kunnen we het niveau opstuwen, waardoor het water eigenlijk niet uit het perceel kan lopen of pas vanaf een bepaald niveau. Dus we kunnen het waterniveau in de grond volledig regelen.
Vroeger heeft men hier de waterloop, de kleine A, rechtgetrokken. Ook eigenlijk verbreed en verdiept om de landbouw te optimaliseren. Het nadeel is eigenlijk dat dan het water ook wel sneller verder afwaarts was. Het was eigenlijk een soort van snelweg voor water geworden. Om dat een beetje tegen te gaan hebben ze ook tegelijk stuwen in de waterloop gezet. Maar dat maakte eigenlijk dat het water dus op sommige plaatsen te hoog stond permanent voor landbouw en op andere plaatsen het afwaartse stuw te laag. In het kader van het Triple C-project heeft de provincie dan eigenlijk gezocht naar maatregelen waar dat de waterloop terug langer wordt met terug meer bochten in. Tegelijk hebben we ook geprobeerd om de huidige waterloop wel te behouden. Dus hebben we in totaliteit meer buffercapaciteit, dus meer ruimte om het water plaatselijk vast te houden. Het water gaat dus ook niet meer zo snel weg. De stuwen die er waren, hebben we eruit gehaald. Die vormden eigenlijk op zich een vismigratieknelpunt. Vissen konden niet van afwaarts naar opwaarts zwemmen, dus die zijn er tegelijk ook uitgehaald.
Ja, we staan hier op een stuk voormalig grondgebied van mijn bedrijf. Dit hadden wij gebruikt als een volle grondsgebied boomkwekerij. De extreme veranderen, dus af en toe kwam er een hele grote hoofdbui. Het water stroomde in 1 keer af. Er was wel een klein beetje dat het hier bleef staan, maar het ging toch vrij snel via de waterschapssloot naar de grensstraat toe. Er was daar een grote wateroverlast. Deels water vanuit ons kwam. Maar ja, wat doe je ermee? Wij wilden een oplossing. Aan de andere kant ben ik ook imker, ik houd bijen. Dus in gesprekken met het waterschap zei ik dat zo. En zo kwamen we op het idee, kunnen we nou niet natuurlijk iets maken waar ook gelijk bijenbloemen leven. Bij een grote bui dan stroomt echt het overtollige water van ons bedrijf stroomt hier in deze wadi. Het eerste water komt in deze eerste plas. Er zit er een klein dammetje met een kleine opening, zodat het rustig aan met een klein stroompje naar de mensen van de grensstraat stroomt, zodat daar geen wateroverlast komt. Komt er toch meer water, dan gaat het grasveld overstromen met de boterbloempjes en de madeliefjes. Duizenden kubieke meters water kunnen daarop. En na een dag of 2, 3 zijn die weer langzaam weggevloeid via dat kleine openingetje in die stuw. Dus een mooi systeem. De natuur herstelt zich vanzelf. En de reeën die hier s'nachts verblijven, ja, die hebben ook een mooie schuilplaats.
De klimaatverandering zorgt voor heel wat uitdagingen in onze provincie. Wij zijn de grootste waterloopbeheerder. Dat wil zeggen dat wij heel veel werken aan beekherstel. Niet alleen stroomopwaarts, maar in de waterloop zelf. Dat hebben we hier gedaan. We moeten daar met heel veel mensen voor samenwerken. Heel veel partners. Dat kan dankzij Triple C en zeker met de steun van Interreg.
We staan hier aan de grens van Vlaanderen en Nederland. Maar water houdt zich niet aan de grens. Het klimaat verandert, daar hebben wij een verantwoordelijkheid in. En dat betekent dat we naar het hele stroomgebied moeten kijken. En dat we eigenlijk grensloos moeten samenwerken tussen Vlaanderen met de provincie Antwerpen. En dat doen we heel graag vanuit Nederland. Maar niet alleen tussen overheden, ook met de natuurorganisaties, met de landbouw. En dat we naar de hele inrichting van het hele stroomgebied kijken.
Wij voelen ook wel aan dat landbouw gewoon een belangrijke rol kan spelen in het aanpakken van het klimaatvraagstuk. En met name door het uitvoeren van gerichte bodem- en watermaatregelen kunnen we daar gewoon een substantiële bijdrage in leveren. En wat nou zo mooi is dat het ook direct goed voor boeren. Hè? Om dus gewassen beter te laten groeien, beter bestand te zijn tegen droogte, beter bestand tegen wateroverlast. Daar hebben boeren direct voordeel van. En daar heeft ook het watersysteem voordeel van. Dus het is eigenlijk een win-win situatie.
Water speelt een cruciale rol, zowel in landbouw als in natuur. En het grote voordeel van landbouw is dat wij kunnen ingrijpen op die waterhuishouding. Dankzij de expertise die we opbouwen binnen dit project is het mogelijk om concrete maatregelen uit te werken, waardoor landbouwers ook waterbouwers worden en daardoor zorgen voor een heel goede waterhuishouding, niet alleen in de percelen, maar ook voor de aanliggende natuur.
Next is a PowerPoint presentation on the Triple C project in Devon.
Hello, my name is Lisa Schneider. I'm the project manager for the Northern Devon Nature Improvement Area for Devon Wildlife Trust. I've been the project manager for the Devon part of the Triple C programme, which has been focusing on the use of wet grassland habitat as a natural flood risk measure. So I will be running through a little bit of detail about our project, about what we have been exploring, what we have achieved, what we have learned, and hopefully where we are going next with all of this work. So, just to start off by explaining our project partnership locally, Devon Wildlife Trust, which is a wildlife charity, we are the lead partners for the project, and our partners locally are the Environment Agency, which is the government body responsible for flood risk management and also for water pollution, Devon County Council, who is the local authority, and the University of Exeter, who have been part funding a PhD that is not funded by Interreg, but is an added benefit that runs alongside the Triple C project in North Devon. I'm going to tell you a little bit about how we have been working to increase our understanding of species-rich wet grassland and the way that that can help to manage flood risk, how we have been exploring that with landowners, how we've taken practical measures to both manage existing wet grassland and also create new habitat, and some of the learning and the legacies from the Triple C project from our point of view. So before we started the Triple C project, we had an idea in North Devon that species-rich grassland, and our particular kind of grassland called culm grassland is a type of purple moorgrass and rush pasture. We had an idea that it could be useful to help to manage flooding. It could be useful to hold water back in the landscape, and that is based on a very impermeable clay soil that we have in North Devon, which is why this habitat is here. This is the native vegetation that would have been here before it was improved for farming. So this graph shows some initial data from some research in 2014 that shows that not only does culm grassland hold more water, that's the green line compared to the purple line, which is intensively managed grassland, but culm grassland also releases water more slowly back into the catchment after a storm event. So this could be something very helpful as a natural flood risk management measure to help us hold water back and release it more slowly in extreme weather conditions. We've had a PhD student working alongside us for the last 4 years, Nicola Ellis, and this is rather a silly picture, but it has a serious purpose behind it. We were setting up a unit in different grassland habitats to try to standardise the amount of water released onto a site and to measure how much that was retained and how much that actually ran off the site. So putting a shower cubicle in the middle of a field is what it amounted to. But it got some really interesting data out about the differences between different kinds of wet grassland and intensively managed grassland too. Nicola's research has also been looking at soil type and soil and the way that soil and vegetation interacts and where that water is held. The kind of grassland we're talking about is often very tussocky. It's got a lot of pools and hummocks, and we wanted to know what role that has in storing water and how much water is stored elsewhere in the different layers of that grassland. We've taken landowners out on site and we've demonstrated to them just what can be done and the value of these particular habitats. And we've had landowners who've done this kind of work talking to other landowners, which we found is always the most effective. We've had soils experts and flood risk experts going out on site, and we've also had practical sessions with different machinery demonstrating the different techniques for creating new grassland. We have held 12 different workshops for landowners and for commoners, those who've got commons rights over grassland areas. And we've held 4 workshops also for land use advisors. And that's all about getting the message across that this stuff can be a really effective flood management tool, and it is part of the toolkit that advisors need to be confident to advise to landowners when they go out on site. When we started the project, we did a lot of data crunching to work out where the biggest areas for flood risk are in North Devon, and those are the green blobs you can see on the map, and where the existing wet grassland habitat already is. And those are the little purple blobs. You can see that we have very little of this wet grassland type left in North Devon within a much more intensively farmed landscape. Quite a lot of our landscape is grazing land, so there's less arable, although there is some maize, as the Interreg partner organisations found when we went out on site. But that grassland can be very heavily compacted, it can be very species poor, the soil can be in poor condition, and that does very little in terms of holding water in flood event. It tends to exacerbate runoff problems. So we wanted to really target our work to where it could be most effective, where it was most useful for flood risk, both in terms of getting existing wet grassland sites managed well and also creating more. We've worked up a number of different ways of creating new wildflower grassland habitat, wet grassland, and also managing existing wet grassland habitat, and trying to do that in the most cost-effective way we can. So these pictures show us creating new grassland, first of all in the top left-hand corner, through cutting green hay from existing species-rich wet grassland sites, baling it up, and then going to the new site, putting it in a bale chopper, spreading it over a harrowed site, and that has to be done within a 24-hour period to make sure that the seed doesn't get denatured. Then we also use a brush harvester that's down here on the bottom left, and we use that to harvest the seed off of the top of existing species-rich wet grassland sites. That seed is then sifted and it's stored, and it is used to broadcast across new sites that have been prepared and harrowed as well. So here's some of our results. You can see that overall with the project we have worked with landowners to restore 456 hectares of wet grassland habitat across our project areas, and we have just fallen shy of 100 hectares of new wet grassland habitat created. We're really delighted with these results. They have smashed our targets. Our targets were to restore 380 hectares of grassland, but also to recreate, and you can't quite see it there on this presentation, but to recreate 90 hectares of wet grassland habitat. So we're delighted with these results. We have worked with 30 landowners on grassland creation work, and overall we have visited well over 200 farms during the course of the project, with many site visits. So we are hoping that a lot of these landowners now, some of whom were very sceptical at the beginning, can also be advocates for this good work in the future. Some of the research that was originally done on culm grassland in 2014 and 2015 looked also at the amount of water that could be stored by these habitats and potential economic value of that to society, which is something quite important to the UK government at the moment. So we have crunched our numbers of the amount of grassland that we've restored and created and used the estimates in this report. And you can see that we have hopefully stored a huge amount of water within the North Devon landscape through the work that we have done through Triple C. The grassland that has been created will take a little while for the wet grassland species to establish, but it's definitely on its way. And you can see there is also a significant economic value of that water storage, of that flood risk management, to the communities of North Devon, and we're hoping that that can get worked into new schemes to make sure that the work that landowners can do to help protect the local community from flooding can be paid for and can be rewarded. I've put this slide in to show you culm grassland, purple moorgrass and rush pasture at its best. It doesn't always look this gorgeous. Just to point out that these kinds of habitats can have a lot of different kinds of value. We've talked a lot about flood risk and that they can be helpful to hold back water, but they can also be useful in pollution control and in helping to manage nutrient coming off of more intensive farmland. They are very good for wildlife. So this is not only about the wildlife that you can see here, the plant life, the insect life, the bird life, but also they produce excellent soil condition as well and soil biodiversity. And one of the things we're starting to look into is how these kinds of habitats can also help to store carbon in the landscape through carbon sequestration, and that obviously is very important in these times of helping to meet climate change. We have learned a huge amount from working with our Interreg partners, and we're very grateful to everybody involved in the Triple C programme for your hospitality, for your expertise, for your good humour in learning from each other in different projects. I've always been very aware in North Devon that although we share a common way of working with our Triple C partners in trying to attract and engage landowners in changing their land use to be more sympathetic, I've always been very aware that we're a little bit different in that we are dealing with grassland habitats as natural flood risk management measures. We don't really work in such an intensive arable landscape as many of our Triple C partners. That's been very interesting not least to have some conversations about how grassland itself could be used as a flood risk management tool within a more intensive landscape. And we've had some fascinating conversations about that. Even if that grassland is only semi-permanent, there could be an awful lot of benefits that could be realised through that. And we've been delighted to show partners around North Devon and give you some ideas of some of the challenges that we face here. We will be publishing a new guide on creating wet grassland within the next couple of months. Plus, we will be writing some more formal natural flood management guidance for the Environment Agency so that the use of wet grassland habitat that is not floodplain grassland, that is wet grassland within the landscape, can be used as a measure to help us manage flood risk right the way across the UK in the future. And I hope that our European partners can also benefit from that work and perhaps have a go at some of the practical suggestions within it. Nicola Ellis's PhD will be published in the autumn. We're very much looking forward to that. She's produced a summary of it already. It is excellent work. And we are already starting to think about carbon within the landscape. And we are working up a new programme now called Northern Devon Natural Solutions, which hopefully will do what it says on the tin. And we hope that we can maintain contact with our European partners. We hope that the current political situation doesn't cause problems with that, because we have been delighted to work with everyone. And we hope very much that the successes for Triple C across the board with everyone can continue a long way into the future. Huge thanks particularly to Steve Dury, who has been an exemplary project manager for us in Somerset and has been very tolerant sometimes waiting for our reporting. And I just wanted to wish everyone all the best. Thank you for your inspiration. Thank you for your learning. I hope this has been helpful. Please do get in touch if there is anything else we can help with or any other information you would like to know. I hope the rest of the conference goes very well.
So, and now I would like to call Tom van Nieuwenhoven on stage. He will look deeper into the project Rivierbeek. Welcome, Tom.
Thank you. I'm going to look a little deeper into the catchment of the Rivierbeek, where we have mainly focused on the leaky ponds to store the water in the agriculture landscape. First of all, we had to have some stakeholder engagement and mobilization in the region, and that we have been doing by organizing demonstrations with farmers and with other stakeholders, by attending knowledge circles and specific work groups that were attending onto the water catchment in the region. We also gave advice to teachers how to educate their students. We gave education to students themselves, because they are actually the future, and for the farmers to get those things implemented in the field. The measures we have implemented, well, here we have mainly focused on those leaky ponds, or like I like to call them, the dynamic ponds, because they have the capability of buffering extra water during heavy rainfalls. They do not only buffer the water for our communities, but they also have a function as an irrigation reservoir for our farmers, because we are in the Rivierbeek. We have a lot of vegetables that need irrigation, certainly in the drier years, like we have had the past years. And next to that, we have also, of course, the protection of our homes. The next small movie will explain a little bit how these leaky ponds work, because I can explain it like this, but I think images will say more than the words I will use to explain it.
Je akker ligt naast een waterloop. Door de lange droogte verschraalt je teelt en het oppervlaktewater oppompen of capteren is verboden. Het gebeurt de laatste jaren steeds vaker. Een dynamische put kan een deel van de oplossing hiervoor zijn. Hoe werkt die? In de waterloop naast je akker komt een knijp of lange dam. Bij hevige neerslag remt de knijp de stroming af en loopt het oppervlaktewater automatisch via een buis in je dynamische put, tot die vol is. Regent het extra hard, dan fungeert de put als een tijdelijke waterbuffer. Het waterpeil zakt pas terug als de waterloop zich herstelt. Doordat alle dynamische putten zich op dat moment langs de waterloop vullen, vermindert de druk op de benedenloop. En help je zo wateroverlast te voorkomen. Is er bij grote droogte in de zomer een captatieverbod, dan kan je toch nog altijd je dynamische put gebruiken om je akker te irrigeren. En stel je zo met dat opgeslagen water in jouw reserve je oogst en inkomen veilig.
That was in short how a dynamic or a leaky pond works. It's very useful for the farmers in this region because in the past they used to put dams into the water themselves and pump it into their ponds, but that was not really a good idea because then the other farmers didn't have water, and in dry periods then they got in trouble. And due to the legislation, it is also not allowed. Because of this, it is now possible for the farmers to have always a storage of water for irrigation of their fields. Within the project, we have implemented 6 of these ponds. And in total, we had about a little bit less of 9,000 cubic meters of water storage that we can maintain during heavy rainfalls. And a part of that can be used for the farmer to irrigate its fields. Next to that, we protect the 613 homes from flooding, and almost 700 outbuildings from the floods. This is a few images of the ponds that have been constructed. As you can see, it's not a great. It doesn't have great impact on the landscape because mainly their existing ponds have been adapted. So there is now an inlet from the watercourse into the pond, and then an outlet back to the watercourse so they can help buffer the extra water. We have monitored a few of these ponds, but we have also done that with the divers that we have seen just before lunch, and we also have had the same issues with those divers. But here we also have monitored the dam that we have placed in it, so the water can be retained and redirected into the ponds. And then you have a nice view of how these dams work with a spillover when it is way too much. And then we can also see that some animals use it as a bridge to cross the river. So we used the same divers like was explained before lunch, but we also had the same head-breaking issues with connection. We got lost, or because they are divers that are with a cable on it, they were sometimes mown out by the maintenance crew that was not well informed by the authorities who were responsible for the maintenance. So there was a little bit of issue with that. But we have some results, and then you can see that when the rainfall is the lowest curve, the rainfall of the water rises, you can see then that the dam does its work. That's the red line, and then you can see also that the water goes into the ponds and then go back again. So they have their effect. And they have a slow release back into the river to help protect the lower buildings of the downstream buildings. Another something we have been able to do is with the province of West Flanders is to make it easier to adapt your ponds to dynamic ponds, so that there's not a huge pile of paperwork to be done, and so that the farmer can easier implement such measures for himself and have a steady reserve of irrigation water and helping to protect the lower community against floods. Then here the province pays for the extra storage, the extra buffer to protect the houses downstream, while the farmer pays actually for his irrigation buffer. Few things we have learned. One is the gap in the dam needs to be wide enough, otherwise even the smallest blockage will cause serious trouble upstream. Other things we have seen also is, well, the divers, like I have shown. We have we better not use divers like these before the dam, because then we get obstruction by the debris that gets caught in the cables. And now we're going to work with, are working with ultrasonic divers, ultrasonic measuring gear, but in the ponds we can still use those divers. That's no problem if the connection is okay. For the rest, everything went quite well. Also, the engagement with the farmers went quite well, because they seen the usefulness because of the water they can retain for their irrigation and the extra buffer they can create for the downstream communities. So, and thank you.
Thank you, Tom van Nieuwenhoven. And next is a PowerPoint coming right from England, which gives some explanation about the Kent project.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rick Bain. I'm the Landscape Partnership Manager for the Darrant Valley Landscape Partnership Scheme. I'm really sorry we can't be with you here today. However, we are watching live on the YouTube link at the moment, hopefully. The primary purpose of this presentation is really just to give you an overview of the Triple C pilot that was undertaken in Kent. However, as a partner of both Triple C and SCAPE, with the pilots being interlinked, it would be very remiss of me to not provide information on the SCAPE pilot as well, which I'll do towards the end of this. Just to provide you with some background information, the Darrant Valley Landscape Partnership Scheme is part of the Kent Downs Area of Outstanding Natural Beauty Unit, or AONB as we shorten it to, and in turn this is hosted by Kent County Council. AONBs in the UK are protected landscapes with the same level of protection as national parks. They are designated exceptional landscapes whose character is considered distinctive and natural beauty are precious enough to be safeguarded in the national interest. No other country in the world has areas of outstanding natural beauty. It's a uniquely British designation that belongs to a worldwide protected landscape family. The Darrant Valley River catchment is located in the northwest of the county of Kent on the outskirts of London. It's one of the three major river valleys within the county and is a very rural landscape despite being only 14 miles or 22 kilometres from Big Ben in central London. Geologically speaking, the Darrant is largely a chalk river that has two distinctive identities. The upper reaches rise on the lower Greensand Ridge and then run from west to east along the Galt Clay Band at the base of the North Downs Escarpment. Whilst at this point it's a small river, it's constrained by some major roads including the M25 and several villages. The town of Sevenoaks suddenly turns to the north and cuts through the escarpment, flowing through a chalk landscape, and it becomes a relatively wide and shallow river rich in aquatic vegetation. As it flows north, it gradually broadens out until it reaches the estuarine marsh before flowing into the River Thames, or the lower reaches of the River Thames. The River Darent has a long history of being manipulated and used by man. Remains of some 38 mills can be found along its length, and both the river itself and the water-holding aquifer rocks beneath it have been exploited as a resource for the surrounding population. Now, this slide shows the proximity of London in the year 1800, and the next slides will transition to show the growth and expansion of London over the last 200 years. 1830, 1845, 1860, 1880, 1914, 1929, 1955, 1978. So here you have what London looks like today, right on the brink of the valley. So we have some 3.2 million people live within 10 miles or 16 kilometres of the valley itself. And the demands for water from that population have been huge as the capital has grown. And this has had its consequences for the river itself as well as the landscape around it. Whilst the capital's population growth has halted in recent years, it's projected again to grow in the next decade and brings with it increasing pressures. Of course, climate change and the impacts of it have had an ever-increasing effect on the landscape and the river itself. And back in the 1990s, the River Darent was considered one of the top 10 most threatened rivers in the UK. Increased water demand for public use led to over-abstraction, and there was also reduced aquifer recharge, so less water was getting back into the aquifers below the ground. There was also an increasing number of flood events, and with the changing farm practices such as the growth of vineyards, woodland resilience and increasing pests and invasive species, the pressures have really grown in the last few decades. And by 2080, the climate of this area is considered to be comparable, was expected to be comparable to Lisbon's climate today. So the issues are ever increasing, and the images you have here are the one on the right showing the River Darent was dried up entirely during the 1970s, 80s and 90s, and then more recently the increase in flood events in many of the villages along the length of the Darent. As its name suggests, the Darent Valley Landscape Partnership is a partnership of multiple organisations and local communities. And the work to determine and understand the issues that existed within the valley began way before the application to both Triple C and SCAPE was submitted. So back in 2012, the project was actually first envisaged, and it took many years to determine precisely what was to be included. And we had several community consultation days, and this was one that was undertaken in 2017, where it provided an opportunity for local people and organisations to have a direct input and to discuss some of the issues that were being caused by climate change and negative impacts on the landscape of the Darent Valley. Subsequent to that, once the projects had started, and Triple C in particular, we worked very closely with the likes of the Environment Agency and the South East Rivers Trust, as well as local groups such as the Darent River Preservation Society and local parish councils, to really understand what the local issues were. And this culminated in a series of walkovers, or indeed walk-ins, where most of the River Darent was actually walked to look at the particular physical features and the problems that existed along it, and particularly with relation to flood events, but also where low flows and increased heat were causing issues with the Darent and the surrounding land itself. The double identity of the river means that the issues caused by climate change differ. In the upper Darent, the regularity of significant flood events has increased dramatically. In 2014, a major event saw flooding in all the villages from Westerham through Sundridge and Braested and on to Sevenoaks, with damage caused in many homes. Finding a solution to this using natural flood management techniques that also respected and even enhanced the natural landscape character of the area was the focus of the Kent pilot in Triple C. A report produced by the South East Rivers Trust provided the basis for developing a well-considered response to the problem. A Phase 2, more detailed report was commissioned, and it enabled us to identify some key interventions that would have a significant impact on reducing flood risk. These were located in the Westerham area, around the headwaters of the Darent, and would have the greatest impact on reducing flood risk a considerable distance downstream. The perceived advantage was that the measures could all be located on a single estate and would help delivery. However, unfortunately, our project was caught in the crossfire of a dispute between the landowner and the local planning authority. And despite intensive negotiations, all the proposed measures had to be abandoned. Attention then rapidly turned to a neighbouring estate who were receptive to an NFM project on their land. This slide gives an overview of the interventions on the Chevening estate. Several NFM measures were identified here, and with an existing plan to restore some of the historic parkland within the area, it lends itself well to supporting the reduction in flood risk. 3 sites were chosen following scoping surveys and ground truthing. The sites were chosen on the basis of their suitability for interventions to be placed there and the practicalities of farming the area once they were in place. Extensive investigations were undertaken by engineers at the already bunded Chipstead Lagoon area. It was decided that the best option would be to extend the area of the floodplain available within the lagoon. This would be undertaken by installing large woody debris and scrapes, as well as a large tree planting proposal to slow the flow and aid water absorption. These interventions should allow the area to store more water in high rainfall events and slow the flow of water running downstream to the village of Chevening. Another site at Ovenden Farm is on the same flow pathway as Chipstead Lagoon. A combination of a swale, essentially a broad and shallow grass depression channel, and a large runoff attenuation feature, specifically a leaky fence, are being installed. Water will be channeled away from the road and stored behind the leaky fence during high rainfall events. The water is then released slowly back into the watercourse and down to the lagoon site. The third site at Park Farm involves an area of main river that lends itself to being a productive flood storage area. A combination of large woody debris, runoff attenuation features and channel meandering, creating a new low flow section of the river that will be beneficial to the residents of downstream Braested. This section of the river will also be fenced off to prevent cattle from entering, where they are currently contributing to increasing the silt load of the river and increasing erosion. As you've no doubt gathered from my description, these measures are still in progress, mainly due to the delays caused by the changed location. However, it's anticipated they'll have a significant impact for the residents just a little further downstream in the catchment. Moving on, I've got a little bit of extra time just to let you know what we've done through the SCAPE project, as it's so inextricably linked to what we've been doing at Triple C. Triple C area for our pilot is the area enclosed in red, whereas the SCAPE area is further downstream within the area circled in purple. Being a landscape based on chalk geology, the dominant habitat on the valley sides is generally chalk grasslands within the Darent Valley. This habitat supports a tremendous biodiversity, and we wanted to test the assertion that well-managed chalk grasslands supported the slowing of water flow through the landscape and increased aquifer recharge. We worked with a number of partners, including Kent Wildlife Trust and Kent County Council Country Parks team, as well as undertaking work directly ourselves to restore former chalk grassland sites or chalk grassland sites that were gradually succeeding to scrub and woodland, with the aim of recreating the springy, diverse turf typical of chalk grassland sites. involved the reversion from arable land to chalk grassland and the reintroduction of several important species. Fencing was installed to enable sheep to graze the site to reduce the scrub, and restoration of chalk grassland, which increased the habitat quality and the ability of the site to adapt to climate change, were undertaken. Sites were chosen for the replacement of lost hedgerows, filling in gaps in existing hedges, and planting new ones on flow pathways to slow the flow of water in the landscape. Over 2,000 trees have been planted in the landscape over 15 sites using contractors and volunteers groups. In addition, several projects within and around the river itself were undertaken on the floodplain. 3 key sites at Preston Farm, Filston Farm and Home Farm all involved a variety of restoration of natural flood alleviation measures or changes to the river channel itself, and also tree planting to aid absorption and slowing the flow of water to the channel. At Preston Farm, a significant project was undertaken to reconnect the floodplain back to the river. This area flooded on the odd occasion during the winter, but by restoring some of the old water meadow channels with some adaptations and installing large woody debris dams to encourage flooding during high rainfall events or when the river was flowing particularly high, this area now floods on a more regular basis and acts as a storage area to protect some of the villages downstream at Amesford and Farningham. Partners, it's been important to monitor the results of the pilot measures that we've been putting in place. For SCAPE, in order to assess how well restored chalk grassland performs against poor quality chalk grassland with water infiltration, a soil structure, moisture content and infiltration rate experiment was set up at a number of sites. Initial results are showing that the soil structure of the restored and pristine chalk grassland is far better structure and absorbs water at a slightly higher rate than the poor quality grassland sites. These results are encouraging and they align with the purpose behind the works. For Triple C, we're measuring flow rates using flow gauges which are being placed at the proposed work sites. Once completed, we'll have a short period to be able to assess the difference that it's making before the end of the project. Finally, it's important to say that there have been a number of lessons learned from the undertaking of both the Triple C and the SCAPE pilot projects. I think the key one for us, particularly the Triple C, was don't underestimate overriding external factors. Some of these are just entirely out of your control, and certainly with the Triple C pilot, it was something that we couldn't have foreseen, and but we had to put mitigating processes in place to ensure that we could still deliver a pilot. In common with everybody else, particularly the UK partners, we've had COVID-19, but also Brexit. And then for us, also balancing the needs of match funding sources. Our match funder is the Heritage Fund, and they have their own requirements, which sometimes differ quite considerably from Interreg, and balancing the two of those has been a little tricky at times. A lot of the works that have been delivered through these pilots are measuring outputs that may in actual fact be long-term. Certainly for some of the work that we've done with chalk grassland restoration, the real benefits of that won't come in for another decade. And so it's impossible to measure the actual benefits of the pilots that we've undertaken for that period of time. However, we can look at existing sites, and that's what we've been doing. Differentiating the impact at a landscape scale is extremely difficult. Undertaking work at a specific site does have an impact, but that can be spread over an immense area, and measuring what impact our pilots had compared to other works that may have been undertaken at the same time is extremely difficult. It's really important to be aware of landscape character, particularly within a protected landscape. This is a really important designation within the UK, and for undertaking natural landscape-led measures and natural flood management is vitally important to dealing with the issues of flood risk and climate change in an important and highly valued landscape. And then ensuring integration with other work being undertaken As a landscape partnership, we undertake heritage conservation work, biodiversity, access to the countryside, and it's very difficult sometimes to find the compromise between all of those. But that's real life and is something that's had to be done through all of our work. I wanted to leave you with this one final slide and how important it is to communicate what we do to the general public. Sir David Attenborough once said, "No one will protect what they don't care about, and no one will care about what they have never experienced." And I think one of the key things that's come out of our work, certainly with the community involvement work, is that people have to see what you do and to see the things before they value them. And I think that needs to run through the core of all of our work. Thank you very much.
Wise words from the people from the Kent project. In fact, 2 projects, they had Triple C and SCAPE. And now, finally, we will take a close look at the project Scheldeheuvels Bovenschelde. We have 4 people coming to explain the project and give some details. Lisbeth Rosseel van het steunpunt erosie, Support Point Erosion. Er is Saskia Buyens van het Provinciaal Proefcentrum voor de Groenteelt in Oost-Vlaanderen, which is a test center for vegetable growing. There is Nele van Ransbeek. I hope they can make it on stage because it's rather dark. Nele van Ransbeek van de Vlaamse Milieumaatschappij, de Flemish Environmental Agency. And again, Maarten Raman van Boer en Natuur, Maarten Raman, Farmer and Nature. Okay, Maarten is not there yet? Oh, there he is. Okay, go ahead.
How do I have to work with this?
Need some help.
Grote groene van de weg, ja. De kleine rode van terug. Ja, maar dat ziet van anders beginnen. Dan beginnen we de presentatie.
Ja, dus best eens doorklikken. Ik weet niet hoe het normaal zou beginnen.
Met welke rode groene?
Ja. Oké, gaan we beginnen.
Okay. Good afternoon. We worked with 4 partners in the catchment of the Bovenschelde, subcatchment Scheldeheuvels and subcatchment of the Zwalm. It's situated in the province of East Flanders and for a small part in the province of Western Flanders. Here you see a detailed map of the 2 subcatchments. There are 6 municipalities in the catchments, and we have a focus area in the river basin of the Paulsbeek and the Niederaalbeek, where we concentrated our work. Yes. As you will see in this project, we focused on the establishment of erosion control measures, especially in the focus area, because there are located some sediment measurement points, and so we can also see what the impact is of the measures we have taken. We focused on erosion control measures because in the hilly landscape of the in the two subcatchments where the soil consists mainly of loamy and sandy loamy soils, erosion is a major problem. Due to climate change and more intensive rainfall events in the future, this problem will only get worse. Here you can see erosion is in the first place a problem for the farmers because they are faced with runoff of fertile soil, seeds or young seedlings, gully forming on their fields, sedimentation on their fields. But it's also a serious problem for water managers, for local authorities, but also for citizens who face water and mud problems, sedimentation nearby their properties on streets, and siltation of rivers and canals. Yes.
Okay, in the project, so we want to control the erosion on a catchment-based approach. And we started with the sediment model of VMM. This model exists already, but is improved during the project. And in that sediment model, that model shows us where the issues were and where it's good to do some effort to control erosion. And we wanted to control that erosion on 3 points. First, on the field, on the transition zone field water, and in the watercourse itself. So the measures we took on the field, we wanted to improve the soil structure, as a good soil structure leads to, then the soil can contain more water, and also the water infiltrates much easier. We want also to avoid water and soil runoff, and also to cover bare soil, because bare soil is prone to erosion. And we focused on 3 main practices. First, the non-inversion tillage. That's a practice where instead of plowing and turning the soil upside down, the non-inversion tillage is a technique where you loosen the soil, and this improves the soil structure. We also did some work on micro dams. In the left picture, you see the micro dams between the ridges of potatoes. So in the gullies between the ridges, there are small dams that slow down the water and let the water infiltrate a little bit. And then at last, to cover bare soil, we did some work on spreading compost and on underseeding with green manure or with grass, as you see on the right picture. So in the project together, PCG is working together with Inagro. We are research and extension centers of agri and horticulture, so we have close contact with the farmers, but also with the other partners in the catchment. We did around 15 demonstrative field trials in a lot of crops: maize, potatoes, sugar beets, beans, onion, and cabbage. And these field trials, we want to see what's the effect of the measure on runoff, and also see the effect of the measure on the production and the quality of the crop, because that's also very important for the farmers. So underneath you see here a photo of one of the experiments in one maize field. Before sowing the maize, we have 3 types of preparing the soil before at the start of the new season. On the left hand, you have the non-inversion tillage, where you just loosen the soil and avoids that the fertile soil and the green manure goes too deep for the plants to take up the nutrients. In the middle, you have normal plowing, and at the right, you have plowing together with the construction of microdams. So then we did an experiment with a rainfall simulation, and we measured the runoff and the sediment losses in these 3 parts of the field. How to read these graphs? So in the x-axis, you see the increasing amount of water applied to the field, and in the y-axis left, there is the runoff in water, in liters per square meter, and in the right graph, it's the sediment loss in grams per square meter. And you see in the left graph, when you start raining on that soil, that's when in the plowed soil, the runoff starts earlier than in the 2 other objects. So in the plowing, it starts at 5 liters per square meter, where in the others it started at 7 and even almost 8. And in the right graph, you see the sediment loss, and you see that red line, that's when you have given around 25 liters per square meters in a quarter of an hour, so 100 liters per square meter per hour, which is already a heavy rainfall. You see that in the case of the plowing, we almost have a lot of sediment loss. You can diminish that sediment loss when you implement microdams, the blue line, but the best technique to avoid sediment loss is the non-inversion tillage. And by doing this, we also give advice, because we saw that technique was very good to avoid erosion on the field. We gave advice on that technique to almost 80 farmers in the region. We also did some follow-up meetings. So we had a group of the farmers, and we did some meetings to tackle their problems, to answer their questions. And we also organized 2 demonstration days. Besides erosion control measures in the field, we also tested erosion control measures at the edge of the field, namely the vegetative barriers. Together with the partners, we had a demonstration field in Nieuwkerke, as you see on the photo, where we constructed a different type of vegetative barriers, and we tested the efficiency of those barriers to control runoff. Here you see the methods. So the right photo is the rainfall simulation, and we just applied water to the different vegetative barriers. On the left photo, you see the standardized gully test, where we, in that gully, we applied water and sediment in a standardized method, and we checked which of the barriers is most effective to control runoff and of sediment and water. We also tested erosion control measures of the other partners, like the profiled grass buffer strip and filter socks, which were very popular in the UK.
As Saskia indicated already, the cultivation techniques like non-inversion tillage, they are very important to tackle erosion, but sometimes they are not sufficient. And as you see on these photos, we can try and collect the water and the sediment at the lower boundary of the field by constructing dams in natural materials. They are constructed on places where the water concentrates, where the relief shows a concavity or on a lower field corner. And as you can see, the water slows down before the dam and goes diffusely through the dam, and then the sediment can settle before the dam. We have realized about 33 dams in natural materials in the subcatchment of the Scheldeheuvels and the Zwalm in the Triple C project. I just want to show you some examples. Here you can see a dam made of willow weeps. And in the next photos you can see a dam made out of pressed coconut fibers and a wire cage with chopped wood. Another option to catch the water at the lower field boundary is installing a grass buffer strip. It works on the same way. Runoff water is slowed down and the sediment can settle in the grass buffer strip. For the Triple C project, we choose to install grass flower strips instead of grass strips because they have other advantages, yes. Because they give food and shelter for insects, for birds and little mammals, and that was an advantage that we could give to the farmers too. We installed about 2 hectares or 3 kilometers of grass flower strips in our focus area of the Nieder-Aalbeek and the Paulsbeek. And the good news is that due to the Triple C project, we could find some continuation. The province of East Flanders will give for the next 2 years a compensation to the farmers so that the grass buffer strips that are already installed can continue and so that other farmers also can sow new grass flower strips in the region. I forgot this one. I also wanted to mention that we had 3 demonstration days for the farmers to inform them about the many advantages of those grass buffer strips and also to give them advice how to sow them and how to maintain them.
Okay, thank you. As mentioned before, our main or primary goal is to implement erosion control measures at the source to keep the soil on the fields. But the last decades showed us that during huge rainfall events, these source-oriented measures are insufficient to tackle sediment inflow to the rivers, but also bed and bank erosion. So additionally, we need to implement erosion control measures at the transition zone or to create erosion-resilient riverbanks. In the Triple C project, we had two locations where we created such riverbanks. In this case, it is for at the Zwalm River, where we created slight slopes and hedges, dense hedges, to prevent sediment to enter the river. We also had a riverbank created at Kemmelbeek, where we had 6 types of erosion-resilient riverbanks, which was a very pilot situation for Flanders. We had it over a total length of 7 kilometers, so that's a huge length. Here is an example of the situation before. As you can see, mainly in this issue, it was bank erosion that we were suffering from. This is the situation afterwards, where we created gently sloping and wide riverbanks. And this is a couple of years, 1 year later, approximately. We also created a sediment pound in our pilot area. This is the situation, again, before. This is not a sediment pound, but this is. The sediment pound is actually the location in the river where we make it wider, so the sediment will settle locally. This is the situation just after the realization of the sediment pound. And if we go a little bit further, this is approximately 2 months later, after a huge event in the beginning of February of this year. So we can also already see that there is a lot of sediment settling in the sediment pound. And the last picture is the one we took last week. So I think this sediment pound is very efficient. But we also have to conclude that maybe we need to do more erosion control measures or implement more erosion control measures at the source in this catchment. So a lot of work ongoing.
Okay. So how we convince farmers to implement the measures. It's necessary to have a cooperation between farmers and local authorities for going further to convince them. It's necessary that we have all the stakeholders are approached by the erosion classes or demonstration moments, and for farmers especially, it's very important to go on one-on-one advice. But the most effective way to convince a farmer is that another farmer convinced him. So we extract the farmers who have who are at the idea of it's really good to implement erosion control measures. We extract them from the group, put them together, and then we have a cooperation with farmers for the implemented measures. We organized erosion classes, meeting groups for farmers, but also for other people from municipalities and also for local water managers. We have also organized a day for students so that they can learn what is it to, of how you could prevent erosion. We organized a demonstration day for farmers, especially for how to implement compost at their land. And we also created some information maps about it. When we convinced farmers to do it at the right way, we put it together. We create some groups. Groups of farmers who are really into the idea that erosion control is a benefit also for the farmers themselves. What are the lessons we learned? That it's quite impossible to convince a farmer at your own. It's really important to work all together. All together, it's necessary. it's also, if you can work together, then the farmer feels supported. And that's the way that we have to do it. We have to support farmers for the implementation, and then they trust also they have trust in the measures. So what I said before, it's important to cooperate farmers together, but also that you have to cooperate them to implement the measures. And then the lessons we learned also, it takes a really long time for farmers to build up a relationship, a really good relationship of trust. It takes a lot of time. Then we learned also that there is an improved, the project improved an application of the erosion control techniques. Also the area is expanded of the techniques, and then with the knowledge of the sediment model, we could put efficient places where we have to where we can put the measurements. Then we see that there is an impact of the erosion control measures, but it will there is a next presentation. And also it's necessary in erosion control management that it's on a continuous way. So there are there are other projects for the future, like Waterlandschap or Boer aan Boord, for help farmers to support them for erosion control measurements. In this catchment, we work together with 4 organizations, and it's necessary to do it together in the future. Also, a big thank for the other partners at the other side of the sea. Also, a big thank for Steve for the project management. Thank you.
So I also want to thank everybody for the detailed information on the Triple C projects, both here and in England, and thank you for all the people who made the PowerPoints down in England. It was really interesting. So our next speaker, as Martin already told, is Niels de Vleeshouwer from the VMM. Hello, Niels, the Flemish Environmental Agency. And you're an engineer and a modeler at Ghent University. That's right?
I studied at Ghent University.
Okay.
No.
Okay. And you will tell us more about the control measures, that's it, of erosion?
About the sediment model. Yeah.
Sediment model, okay.
So I'm Niels de Vleeshouwer. I actually work at Fluves, that's a water engineering company in Ghent. And we work together with the Flemish Environmental Agency, yes, for the Triple C project. And we take control of the sediment model. I have to press this, I guess. Yeah, okay. We're started. So why would we use a sediment model? It's actually because we have to gain quantitative insights actually in how the sediment is generated and how it is transported through the landscape. And that will steer us in where to place the control measures and how to quantify their efficiency and so on. Now, we also monitor, of course, but we see in practice that monitoring is mostly done off-site, not where the sediment is generated. It's mostly monitored at the river. And that's because it's very cost-effective to monitor there, and it's also very efficient. Now, but we also want to gain some insights about the spatial implications of the erosion and how we can reduce this the erosion. So therefore, we also have to do some modeling, so we can tackle actually the problem on site. The model that we used is CNWS, It's actually two modules that can work together. Now, for this, we collaborated with the KU Leuven and with the Department of Environment. And actually, I first want to talk about the Watamseden module. That's actually the module which calculates how much is the potential yearly soil loss. And it's partly, it's actually the main part is based on the Russell equation. That's a well-known erosion generation model. Actually, it's just a multiplication of a couple of factors which influence the soil sediment generation in a certain location. We have, for example, the rainfall erosivity factor, the R that you see in the equation. We have also a factor for the soil erodibility. Also, of course, the influence of the slope length and slope angle is taken into account. That's the LS factor that you see. There's also an influence of the land cover, and that's the C factor. And then, of course, we also have a factor which takes into account which erosion control measures are implemented, and that's the P factor. And all those factors, if you just multiply them, you get an idea about the potential soil loss. This is actually the brutto erosion which happens at a certain location at a certain location. But of course, if the sediment is generated, if the sediment is generated, it also wants to go somewhere because of elevation. And so we need actually a second part, and not only the Russell is enough, we need to transport the sediment, and that's where we use the concept of the transport capacity. And this is actually a factor that we calculate and which actually tries to predict how long a sediment particle is actually moving before it settles down, before there's deposition. And of course, we want to know how long it goes along the streamlines, but we also want to know where those streamlines are. So we also use a routing model, that's the adapted multiple flow algorithm, so which is mainly taken into account the elevation of the terrain, but also, for example, the parcel boundaries, which are also important because we often see high ridges on the boundaries, so then the sediment follows those lines often. So, okay. I talked about the Watamseden module, which models actually the sediment, but as you know, the sediment moves because it's in a medium, in water. So we also can calculate, if we want to know what's the concentration of the sediment which enters the river, we also want to know what is the runoff which is generated in the catchment. And therefore we use the second module, the curve number model. That's also well-known rainfall runoff model, and this is used to calculate the volumes in a particular event. And at that way, we get a temporal insight in the production of the sediment, because the Watamseden module just gives the sediment prediction on a yearly base or on an event base. It's just a lumped model in time. But then if we combine it with the curve number module, we get actually a temporal dimension too. Okay, now for what do we use this model? And like already said in the previous presentation, you have your sediment model, and you can do a basic base scenario actually, where you calculate what happens in the catchment if there's when there are no measures, or only the measures which are already implemented. And for example, you see a typical output of a model there for the catchment of the Markenbeek, which is one of the catchments in the Bovenschelde. And there the color red indicates where there is more sediment generated. Now, from those outputs, we can then, for example, identify the subcatchments or the source areas where most of the sediment is actually generated. And this allows us to make maps to aid for, if we want to scout a certain catchment, to see where we can implement the erosion control measures. Here you see a couple of pictures of those scouting actions after using the model to look for those locations where a lot of erosion happens, and most of the time is actually when the model predicts that there's a lot of erosion, you probably will see it on the field. Not all the time, a model is not 100% perfect. Often, because we are talking about the routing of sediment, often you also have small landscape elements like small hedges that can have quite, for example, small hedges that can have quite a big impact on the routing, and it's not always that easy to incorporate those small influences which can have a big influence on the route of the sediment. So it's always necessary to go on the field afterwards to check whether those locations are effectively erosion prone. Yep. Okay, then a next step, if we helped with the scouting for where to place those erosion control measures, then we also want to check whether those erosion control measures actually have an influence or not. And if we talk about erosion control measures, we talk about symptomatic oriented measures like dams, like grass strips, that actually solve the problem locally where it happens. Where, for example, when there's a lot of mud that is coming on the road, then you can place a dam next to the road, and then it's solved over there. But then, of course, the better solution is to reduce the soil sediment generation locally at the field level, and therefore we have the source-oriented measures, and actually both measures can be used, can be implemented in the sediment model to check actually what's the effect of the model, of the implementation of these erosion measures. Okay, here you see an example. This is a slope, I think in the Swalm catchment specifically. And you can see on the left side that we have, from the air image, that there is quite a lot of erosion marks in the main ditch, and if we then run the model and we see, then we see actually that indeed the model also predicts quite a lot of erosion over there. So then we can, for example, take 3 dams and we can have them as an input for the model, and then we can see at the effect, and like you see here are 3 dams that were implemented, and they had quite some reduction in the model. And of course, this is a model prediction. We see a reduction. In practice, there will be a reduction. And then, of course, it's important to check afterwards whether those results, whether there's a quantitative, whether it's quantitative good predicted or not. So yeah. Then, for example, I will take here the catchment of the Markebeek and the Zwalm, which were described in the previous presentation. And like they told, there were a lot of dams and grass strips that were implemented, more than 30. And so we also used the model to check what is actually the theoretical reduction of buffering, or how more buffering is happening because of those erosion control measures. Here are some of those erosion dams which are actually shown here. And if, for example, for the Markebeek, we see that there's, on a yearly basis, more than 100 tons, which is actually retained extra. If you look at the Zwalm, it's even more than 200 tons a year that is gained with those measures. Of course, this again, I'm saying it again, but it's important. It's a model. It has to also be verified in practice, and that can also help to refine the model, of course, for the future. But we also had, these were the symptomatic oriented erosion control measures that we checked. But of course, we also did some simulations to check what's the effect of source-oriented erosion control measures. And therefore, I will show you the example of the Markenbeek, where we have also the two subcatchments of the Nederaalbeek and the Paulusbeek. And for the parcels where we have medium to high to very high risk of erosion, we also simulated the effect, for example, of potato ridges on potato fields, but also the effect of non-inversion tillage practices. And those are implemented by reducing actually the output of the Russell equation. And then we can see what's the effect in the rest of the catchment. So if you look at this figure, there are a lot of bars, so I will just say the main message. Actually, it's from 0 to 100, and you see actually all the time the Paulusbeek, Nederaalbeek, and the Markenbeek results. And so, for example, for erosion, we see that if we implement the measures, the source-oriented measures, then we get a reduction of around 40% of the erosion which is generated. And also around 30% of the erosion which enters the sediment, which enters normally the water course, can be eliminated. And there's also a reduction in, for example, other drains, which are, for example, the sewer system. Then you also see that the deposition and the volume of sediment which enters the buffers, which is buffered, also drops. There are also reductions, but that's actually logical, because if you generate less sediment at the source, then also less sediment can be deposited or buffered in the buffers. So actually the model, it's a way to see what is the effect if you implement those source-oriented measures. But then, of course, if we implement it in the model, then we consider it's done perfectly. And one of the main actions for the Triple C project was also go on the field and check whether those measures, how they are implemented at the moment, and see how we can optimize them. And the model can be used in this case to have an aim from theoretical perspective. We can expect this to happen, and then by measuring it in real time, we can calculate the efficiency, and we can see whether it's necessary to implement more source-oriented measures or to implement them more efficiently. We did also help with modeling overseas. There were two partners which we helped with some modeling. Those are FAC Southwest, the colleagues of Somerset, with the modeling of the North Petherton catchment, which is a subcatchment of the Parrot River. And then we also modeled the Upper Darrant catchment in Kent. So actually what we did was we collaborated to gain all the information, and we try to post-process it in that way that we can also use it, because the sediment model now works actually very well in Flanders, but then if you want to implement it abroad, then all the information that you need is maybe in other formats and everything, or other resolutions and everything. So we had to post-process it so that we can also get some simulations for those catchments. And what we did was, for example, here is the catchment of the Upper Darrant. We made actually the reference maps which indicate how the erosion is happening there at the moment. And if they want to implement, so with those maps they can then see, can identify areas where they maybe in the future can add new erosion control measures. The same for the North Petherton catchment. We also made base maps for that, so that they have a reference scenario to work with. Then a last thing I want to talk about is the cost-benefit analysis tool, which we developed for the Triple C project as an add-on tool for the model. Actually to calculate the cost effectiveness of implementing these erosion control measures. So, because if you have a couple of scenarios where you can implement some erosion control measures, then it's interesting to know which will cost less for the different parties involved, of course. Therefore, we do a reference run without the erosion control measure, and then we also do a second run where we have the erosion control measures implemented. In a second step, we try to estimate the costs which are related to those erosion control measures, and which the costs are actually about land acquirement, production losses, and also the effective implementation of those erosion control measures. We try to estimate it with, by using different scaling factors depending on which source of cost we're talking about. For example, for production losses and acquired land, the area of the location where we do the erosion control measure is actually the main scaling factor. But for example, for a dam structure, then you can say that the buffered volume is also an important scaling factor to know how much it will cost. And then, because we have the reference scenario and we have the new scenario with the erosion control measure, we can see what is actually the effect on the overland sediment transport, but also the effect on the sediment transport to the river and to the sewer system. And by looking at the difference, we can also make an estimate of the benefits which are related to those erosion control measures. Now, in point 2, we had the cost. In point 3, we have the benefits. And then in point 4, we can make the cost-benefit balance. Therefore, we need a little bit more information, and that is for how long do you want to implement those erosion control measures on the one hand, and because we are in an economy, we have also a discount rate, so everything is getting more expensive every year, so you have to also take that into account. Okay, and those are all the different posts that we used to calculate the cost-benefit analysis. Yeah, I have one last slide, a bit of remarks about the cost-benefit analysis. Something which is important is that we do it from the farmer side, but also from the government side, and it can be a bit different, of course. And then we made an effort to make standardized prices for all the measures and the land acquirement and everything. We did it with, in expert meetings and from literature, but of course we used ranges in prices because it's very difficult to fix some prices. It can depend very hard from situation to situation. So the model is, the tool is also able to perform those with custom prices. If you have a custom, a very specific case study, and you know very specific the price of certain elements, then you can narrow down your cost-benefit analysis uncertainty range, which is interesting. Okay. So we did this research with the Flemish Environmental Agency. I work for Fluvas myself. You can find more information about the model at the URL, which I put on the last slide. And I also want to thank the Department of Environment and the KU Leuven for collaboration, and of course Interreg for the funding of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Niels de Vleeshouwer. And our last guest of the day is Gideon Spanjer. He's a Professor of Innovation and Urban Green Spaces at Aarhus University of Applied Sciences in Almere, is that? And he's also a Senior Project Leader and Researcher of Cool Towns at the Amsterdam University of Applied Sciences. And Gideon Spanjer, your lecture will be on shaping thermal comfort for outdoor spaces.
Yeah. Well, hello everyone. So we have seen a lot of presentations on erosion control, flooding management, but just imagine that you live in the city. You would like to maintain your lifestyle. It's a very hot day, maybe above 30 or 40 degrees. Where will you go to? Where will you actually escape the heat? Can you afford it to go outside the city? Or do you need to do some daily shoppings? Or do you need to go to your work? And how will you actually survive? How can we make it comfortable for you to carry out those activities? That's what this presentation and the whole Cool Towns project is all about. Shaping thermal comfort of outdoor spaces. Reshaping outdoor spaces to safeguard the livability in a warmer climate. And we developed within the Cool Towns project a kind of thermal comfort assessment at multiple scales to investigate where do we see the most problematic spaces suffering from heat stress. For who is it actually a problem? And I'm going to show you what we have done within the Cool Towns projects and discussing some of the results of 3 years working together. Cool Towns project, working together municipalities, regions, also specialized climate adaptation companies in 4 different countries, in the Netherlands, in Belgium, in France, and England. And what we are trying to do is identifying heat stress in the partners' cities, developing heat stress resilience strategies, developing heat stress interventions to mitigate heat stress, and we also monitor the effectiveness of those interventions. What I'm going to discuss today is how heat affects city life, how to identify heat stress at city scale, and how to mitigate heat stress at street level. Summer weather, question mark. It wasn't really a good summer if you look at the perspective of expecting a lot of summer days above the 25 degrees. If you only look at August, we only had 1 or 2 days above 25 degrees. But instead of that, a lot of rainfall. So you could maybe think, well, the climate is changing, but maybe it's not becoming warmer. Well, IPCC is quite clear about that. If you look at all the different scenarios, even if we can reduce carbon emissions, we need to act fast, I think, to make thermal comfortable outdoor spaces in cities. We are becoming quite aware of a changing climate in Europe. Here you see some newspaper articles. Heat keeps shopping streets empty. That's quite a clear one. And we see that it really affects us. On a sunny day, it's not only the solar radiation that affects if we feel comfortable or not, if it feels quite hot or not, but also the reflected solar radiation from buildings and the wind. If it's very windy during a warm day, it's still doable. But if it's quite a high humidity level, like in the tropics, sometimes you also have it here in Europe, that's quite unsustainable. And we combine all those different variables into a PET index. PET stands for physiological equivalent temperature, and where you see on the left the different PET stress grades that can emerge during warm days, so above the 25 degrees. And of course there are also many other factors in play, like what of clothing you're wearing, the kind of activities you carry out. Is it in a passive way? Are you sitting somewhere, or are you running or doing any other sports? Heat is impacting us and indirectly also the local economy. Here you see a graph of 2020. Even during COVID time, you see during the heat wave, a decline in degrees drop in visitor numbers of some shopping streets in the Netherlands. So then you can already see that it really affects the way we live in cities, the way the local economy is situated, and where we have to go to the shopping center, for instance, to get our daily shoppings. It's difficult during warm days. Impact of heat, it also hits mobility challenges. Like if we really want to have people get out of the cars and using other options like cycling or going on foot to their work or to anywhere else in the city, we see that of all transport modes, cycling appears to be the most sensitive to weather, especially like around above 25 degrees. Cycling decreases, and also other research studies show that people are taking the car to work. So we need to make comfortable thermal routes, creating cool corridors to the city center, to train stations, for instance, and I will come back to that a bit later. Densification of cities made us very vulnerable. Here I show you an example of Amsterdam, a district in Amsterdam. From the 1960s on, it has been densified. You see now the Zuidas high-rise, some residential area. But it makes us vulnerable. A lot of concrete. And we try to densify it even further. In the next 10 years, only in the Netherlands, we need to build 1 million homes to accommodate a growing population. So the global challenge, because this happens, this is a challenge for many cities, how to densify and climate-proofing cities. Well, one of the solutions is to look at our outdoor spaces, how we can resolve some of the most important and greatest heat stress spots in the city. Tackling heat vulnerabilities means a shift in focus. At the moment, there's quite awareness that we should come up with policy, with redesigning some of the areas in cities to create more comfort for the traditional, as I call it, vulnerable groups like elderly, children, and people who are ill. And of course, those groups are very important. But you and me, we all suffer on a very hot day from heat stress locations. And it also touches different challenges of the cities look at right now. So the mobility, the local economy, housing demand, a COVID situation, and awareness of more, that people want to have more green nearby. So it's okay to develop some strategies right now to create some cool spots where it's needed the most. And we can do that on street level. As you can see here in the figure, some interventions are used as an example. But simultaneously, we also should have a look at, following an ecosystem approach, looking at the natural capital in the city and also adjacent to it. How can that help us on a very hot day to escape the heat, for instance? And there are other relationships you can make. How to assess heat in cities. We developed a thermal comfort assessment, a TCA, on city scale by PET modeling, so temperature, to identify the most significant heat stress locations in the city. And we also developed a thermal comfort assessment at street level, consisting of different methodologies which are quite complementary to each other. I'm going to discuss that later on. But it helps you to develop heat resilient strategies where we know they will be effective. Modeling heat at city scale, together with the Cool Towns partners, we developed heat maps and heat vulnerability maps over the last 3 years. So for the regions like East Flanders and Kent, but also the cities, including Ostend. And I'm going to show you how it's built up, the components. We need spatial data to create those PET maps, like elevations maps, land cover, also the sky view factor, the openness of cities. And we combine it with weather data from a meteorological station nearby, using air temperature data, wind, and all together they form a model. And we selected actually 2 scenarios which are likely to occur based on historical weather data of the Cool Towns areas. And we did that also because we wanted to see the different way of people using the city. When it's really hot, so above 30 degrees, people use the city differently than when it's around 25. And we used the different, there are different variables, like the wind direction for one scenario, the mild one, it's a bit windy than for the hot one. And we did that to identify urban areas where heat resilience interventions are most needed, and comparing the expected effectiveness of spatial heat measures. Here you see all the heat maps of our partners. For each partner we made 2 maps for those 2 different scenarios. You can even, if you know some of the cities really well, identify some really large parks that even in the hot scenario you see it yellow, so moderate levels of heat stress. But comparing to other places which are suffering from extreme heat stress, it's still a good idea to go there. Let's zoom in a little bit on Ostend. Identifying heat stress using PET map scenarios. We see, if you make a kind of comparative analysis from all those different maps, that very dense locations, and that makes sense, they suffer from heat stress quite often, like the historical centers. Also transport hubs with an ocean of stones, of concrete in front of it. We see it, that situation quite often. And then we also see trees, like a row of trees, that they can really create cool roots and that can be very effective to mitigate heat stress. So what kind of strategic choices can we make? Where to address heat stress and also for who? We have these traditional vulnerable groups, as I already mentioned, like the elderly, children, people, and also the ones with a challenging socio-economical status. We see that they can't escape their neighborhood so easily than others, so we need to create some cool spaces nearby. Commuters on foot, by bike, going to the train station, going to work, and also if you want to do some daily shoppings, hey, you still have to go to the shopping center. And we need to focus on the routes towards those places, those vital functions. And if we look at the places, so the shopping areas, as I mentioned, but also festival grounds, there's not that much awareness that we maybe have to redesign those areas as well. So we have a lot of different types of outdoor spaces in our city. I already mentioned the shopping areas, the shopping streets, the schools, playgrounds, residential streets and squares, transport hubs, and the cycling and pedestrian routes you can focus on right now. And what's important is to see when do they actually have the peak hours, the peak time, the intensity of use is quite an important factor. So for some of the squares, for instance, it will be maybe in the evening, but some others maybe during lunchtime. And then you can actually develop the most suitable intervention for that purpose. And there are always some spatial challenges you have to overcome. Some objectives to conduct heat measurements as part of the thermal comfort assessment. You can carry out a baseline measurement to develop a baseline against which to measure the need for future change, to get a bit better understanding of the heat dynamics of the space on the ground. Where do I, for example, place this tree, or where, how is this space actually used during a certain period of the day, of the afternoon. Also to measure existing cool features, measuring the performances of existing heat stress mitigation features, for providing evidence-based justifications for interventions in the future you would like to include in your designs, and of course also to measure installed interventions, measuring the effectiveness of those interventions also for future design work. So the thermal comfort assessment at street level consists of at least 3 different methods. First, you need to do a site characterization assessment, explore the use of the site, the spatial configuration that contributes to heat stress. Also asking people by questionnaires if they feel comfortable, how they perceive the heat, do they want to have anything changed in that space. Quite an important method. And then we also back it up by conducting PET measurements using mobile weather stations. And in the Cool Towns consortium, we use Kestrels. Some extra information. Let's go to the next slide. Here you see an overview of all the different pilot sites of the Cool Towns project. And it consists of, well, 4 categories, like the centers, the shopping areas, schools and playgrounds, the residential areas, and the transport hubs. And let's zoom in now to Oostend and also the Lijnbaanstraat. It's one of the pilot sites of Cool Towns, Oostend. Here, I don't have a pointer now. You see on the left, you see the heat map. You see the average PET between 12 and 6 o'clock in the afternoon. You see that this inner space, which used to be a parking lot, it's one big heat stress location. And what you see here, but also elsewhere, it's quite challenging to create some cooling interventions in city centers because of multifunctional use of the space, multi-stakeholders. And this is quite a clever solution that they developed nearby a cool spot that shoppers and other groups can cool down a little bit, can escape the heat for a while before they continue their journey. And you also see that between 2 and 3, the space is heating up. And this is one of the most, the warmest hours of the day. So 2 years ago, Oostend, with assistance from us, carried out baseline measurements, set up a control point, and also some other points of interest locations, setting up Kestrels. And one of the locations is just next to a wall which was heating up by the sun. And you actually see that there's 8 degrees PET difference comparing to the mobile weather station which was located in the middle of this space. And if you have to walk just next to it, it makes a difference if you place a green wall over there. People were interviewed, and they actually preferred to have it much cooler than it is right now. They were interviewed during a hot summer day, and they all wanted to have it cooler, well, almost 80%. At the moment, there's construction work going on. After this presentation, we are going to the Lijnbaanstraat all together to see and hear more about the design and how people benefit from the redesign work and how effective it will be to reduce heat stress on the site. You see it consists of 5, here in this picture you see 4 green islands with some seating opportunities all around those islands. In the Cool Towns project, we developed altogether an intervention catalog. There are different intervention types you can install in the city, from trees, a row of trees, solitary tree species, to shelter canopies. We have a company specialized in this on board CU and Industries, green walls, water features, and cool surfaces. And of course the question is, well, which one do I actually need to use from a designer perspective? And that all depends on the location and the type of users. I'm going to show you and discuss a couple of measurements results based on 3 years of research. And here you actually see the PET reduction range of each different type of intervention. And you see that trees are very effective to create a cool spot. As you can see over here, well, we have seen it like chestnut trees in Saint-Omer. It can cool down the area by 19 degrees. Green walls, only a few degrees, and water features the same. That doesn't, you shouldn't conclude that we should plant trees everywhere. Well, ideally, yes, but in practice, it will be a challenge. The green walls, water features, they have a function, and I'm going to show you where. So some of the results, like shelter canopies, this is measurements from East Flanders in Zelzate, a school over there. And you see this shelter canopy can really reduce the PET by 15 degrees. And also the people were interviewed and they said they felt quite thermally comfortable after this was installed. And 5 others actually said, well, we need some more shelter. So it's quite effective to provide immediate solution to protect vulnerable groups. If we look at single trees, like this measurement in Kent, for example, on the left, it's a tulip tree. On the right, in Middelburg, you see a plane tree, same, more or less, PET temperature in general, and you see that it can reduce almost 15 degrees PET. So that's quite nice, and what we can conclude from that the cooling capacity greatly depends on the leaf area. Measurements of water features, we see here that it only matters, well, a few degrees PET, but it all depends on the purpose. This is measured just next to it, but as you know, like kids they play with the water, and it really cools down their body. And I would almost suggest that adults maybe should do it more. So we should design better and more water features, if you ask me. Some measurement results of, like in this case, a green wall. A few great differences, but it makes a difference. If you just walk next to it, or if there's a terrace located next to it, you can feel that it's a few great differences. So in some circumstances, it can be a very effective solution. Some key takeaways. Evaluate the effectiveness of heat stress interventions in decision making, not only on PAT results, but also on spatial context, the user groups, the preferences, the co-benefits. Consider in decision making how the cooling capacity of interventions evolves over time, depending on their species, foliage cover, growth rate. Take that into account. And take also into account the time of peak use and social movement, whether the focus is on creating cool spots, cool corridors, or cool areas, or all together, those large master plans. Develop cool spots where they are needed the most, but also embrace a multi-level ecosystem approach. So look at it from a street level perspective. What can you do on a city level and landscape level as well? Begin today with a shift in focus from vulnerable groups only towards a vulnerable city life where you include the kind of activities people carry out and also develop it a kind of outdoor spaces strategy. We developed a Cool Towns protocol to carry out a full TCA on street level. It's freely downloadable, available on cooltowns.eu. And you can find also some really handy measurement checklist forms for the field work, a list of site characteristics, and so on. Some Cool Towns next steps. The booklet where we will discuss and show all the heat maps we have made and also the heat stress vulnerability maps we have made. We will publish it somewhere in December. And also we discuss how those maps can be applied, their value, and some conclusions. We do that, of course, together with all the Cool Towns partners. And the overarching goal of the Cool Towns project is to develop, at the end of 2022, a decision support toolkit where the implementation of heat stress mitigation strategies is described, how you can actually do that, where the intervention catalog is included in this decision support toolkit. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. Thank you very much, Gideon Spanier, for sharing your ideas about heat stress in cities and the project Cool Towns. I would also like to thank the other speakers for their inspiring lectures today. Dirk van Pijpen, he introduced the water squares and stressed that we should work on different levels, from places, really spots, over cities to districts. I won't forget Wim Timmermans' plea for long-term planning, but I think we still have to convince the politicians of that. I also remember that we should not get rid of technology and that monitoring is very important. Gerard van Keken stressed the importance of the people, of the stakeholders, and taught us that trust is very important. That's also a life lesson, I guess. And I really loved Bob Bray's lecture on monitoring, and I also loved his British accent and his humor. And this SCAPE project has also proven, the SCAPE project I mean, has also proven that working together with people from different disciplines and different countries is inspiring and leads to innovative solutions. And then Triple C showed us that small interventions can make big, huge differences. And that working with the farmers in this case and the landowners, so with the stakeholders, leads to very nice results. So that was it for the lectures of today. In a moment, I'll give you some more details about the site visit to the Coaltown project here in the Lijnbaanstraat. I will also give some practical information on the visits of tomorrow. But after all that talking, I think we need some more music, and I invite Bas Bulteel on stage. Bas, where are you? We've heard him, but I haven't been able to introduce him properly. Bas is a composer, a pianist and a music teacher. He studied at the Royal Conservatory in The Hague. In 2015, his CD, Coming Home, was awarded by Clara Radio with the Clara Prize. For the best, the Clara Award, that is, for the best CD of the year in the category jazz. He works as a freelance musician and plays in different bands. He has his own trio, Bas Bulteel Trio. He has a piano intro lab with spontaneous inspirations on the spot. And he has also the band Wasdaman, that is. I think I might have forgotten something, but Bas, please give us some music.
Hello. Okay. I would like to play for you a piece composed originally by Beethoven, but I made it's the first part of the Mondschein Sonata. It's well known, but I made a arrangement of it, like you could say Beethoven 2.0, something like that. So I hope he would like it too, if he could hear it. But also this was already a problem for him, because he was deaf, of course. And then I would like to end with a new piece I wrote a couple of months ago in this COVID-19 period. I composed a lot of new music, and this is one of the pieces, and it's called Moving Tides. So first this part of Beethoven, and then Moving Tides.
Thanks a lot, Bas Bulteel. And before I go over to some practical information about the site visits, I would like to thank the people who weren't here and who watched this conference online. Thank you for joining us. So, in a moment, we will visit the Cool Towns project in the Lijnbaanstraat. Outside, there are some guides waiting for you, and there's also an English guide. The visit will take about half an hour, and then you're all free to go wherever you want. And tomorrow morning, we will visit the gardens of Stene. Those who want to go by bike can pick up a bike at this station in the underground bike park from 8 o'clock onwards. And we leave from the station to the Gardens of Stene at 9:30 sharp. Those who would like to go on their own, or not by bike, they can meet at the Oudstrijdersplein at 10 o'clock. So then we jump to tomorrow at noon. You're all free, but we suggest, or you can choose to go to 066, where in the afternoon there are some lectures. There is a terrace, there's an inside place where they serve food and drinks, and it's really close to the beach and close to the dunes for those who want to make a walk. It's a nice place to go. And then you can get there by boat, but if you go by boat, we advise you to leave on time because it takes a while before you get there. And the lectures, they start punctually. There's a lecture at 3 o'clock and there's a lecture at 4 o'clock. So that's all for today. We'll see you in the Lijnbaandraaierstraat. That's it. Bye-bye.